gentlemen, salvete omnes, salvete amici, nomen mihi est decumus Aurelius Ingeniarius, legatus pro praetori Australiae et tribunus plebis, quid agit. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Nova Roma channel, the Roman Twitch channel. We are so excited to be here this evening. Tonight starts the very first session of the Republic of Rome board game broadcast. Now, this board game, if you haven't heard of it before, is an immaculate yet complex ancient Roman Republic political simulator board game. However, for the delight of television and Twitch, we have replicated the entire board game inside of the Roll20 virtual tabletop environment, which is where we're going to be playing this evening. Now, out back, I have 6 enthusiastic curators or players controlling a faction each. They've each been issued their initial senators and their initial intrigue or faction cards, and they are ready and raring to go. This is going to be a great night. It's going to be a long night, 2 to 3 hours we're expecting to play. The game itself has about 7 phases, and which constitutes about a year or one single turn. And what we'll try to do on these streams is play through a single turn in one session, so all 7 phases. So please, it'll be great to hear your opinions and comments and chat. And like always, you know, being a Roman channel, I'm interested to hear your Roman facts and trivia while we're live. And don't forget that you can sub, you can cheer, or even make direct donations, and all those go to support Nova Roma and all the community activities and events that we host right throughout the globe, and including this event here tonight. So great to have you all on board and here with me, doing some final checks on the audio levels. And don't forget, we like to drink our tea here on the channel, or at least on my broadcast. I'm going to take a sip now, try and calm myself down. I'm very excited, if you can't tell. It's going to be an amazing evening. So without further delay, what's going to happen now is I'm going to put up a little bit of a transition screen. I'm going to switch my video feed over to the virtual tabletop environment as well. Make sure our players are primed, prepped, and ready, and we'll be back momentarily to get this game underway. Here we go. Talk to you again really soon. Don't go away. All right, we're switched across. I'm doing some initial audio checks now. I can see a bunch of camera feeds, bar one, I think. But everybody start making some noise and some hellos and some salves.
Hello there, everyone.
Good, lots of voices. I think we're waiting on one more senator. Is that right? Marca Werdia. We'll wait for her to come back. Here you go. She's coming back in stream now, very slowly. There's always connection issues, right? Always a connection problem here or there. This is the first time that we've had this new setup. For those that watched the stream last year, we're using a slightly different camera setup, and I think we were using the camera and audio inside of the Roll20 VTT environment. We had some issues with that, so we're using what we call OBS Ninja this year. So what we might do is we'll make sure Marca Wedia is still connected. There'll be an ad break for those that aren't subscribed right now, so we'll be back in about a minute's time while we help her get her connected. So stay tuned. The rest of the subs, they don't have to watch the ads, so that they can watch us do some technical jives. Let's make sure. Here she goes. She's coming back online. Here comes Marca Wedia. There we go. She's back. It's okay. Wave to the internet. Say hello, internet. There we go. And
Yes.
give me... Yep, got a sail away. Perfect. And we got your audio as well. That's excellent. And we've got you as well. Very good. So we have all 6 of our senators live now. We've got a commercial break running for the non-subs right now, so another 20 seconds of that or so. And then we'll introduce you all to everybody that's watching right now. Let me just do a check on this end as well. Cool. All right. I can see the my chat function is working. Perfect. All right. And let's check on the commercials for all the non-subs. There we go. They're going to be back now as well. Excellent. All right. So let's go around the room and do some introductions. So as I said for you guys before, please introduce yourself with your full Roman name, where you're from in Australia, and the name of your faction. I don't know if there's any other Roman tidbits or facts or something you want to throw in, or any other comments you'd like to make on behalf of your faction. By all means, you can do that as a part of your introduction. So first of all, we're going to give the honours to start these introductions to our temporary Rome consul and his faction. It seems only appropriate. So over to the House of Incognito, if you'd like to do your introductions, please.
Greetings, I am Quintus Octavius Gurgis. I am currently based in South Australia. I'm part of the House of Incognito.
Excellent, very good. Okay, now let's go across, and I can scroll the screen for everybody at home, down to the Justitia Merita faction, please. That is Marcus Decimus, yes.
Yes. Hello, everyone. I am Marcus Decimus Meridius. My experience with the game, I've probably had the game about 8 or so years now. I've been playing the game more or less on and off, mainly on a few drinking nights. This is probably the first time I'll be playing the game with the actual full set of rules. Often half the rules are made up on the fly, as long as we're all having a good time. Looking forward to a lot of like the discussions and kind of setting our own rules and really coming together in hard times, and then stabbing each other in the back as we get into the later decks. And my faction name is based on like justice earned, justice built upon the efforts of our fellow senators. All right, thank you very much.
Right.
I yield my time.
Yes, I like that. And just before we go on, I just wanted to point out the marvellous dress sense of Quintus Octavius there. So like myself, he's wearing the traditional tunic and toga virilis. So hats off to him. He gets brownie points in my books. And hopefully that motivates maybe some of our other senators going forwards. Okay, let's just drop down here. Let's go down to Fortuna's Despair, if you'd like to introduce yourself.
Certainly, it's Tiberius Cornelius Jacobus here, everybody. I rule with an iron fist, Fortuna's Despair, and I'm very pleased to be here.
Perfect, very good. Okay, let's go across to the House of Julii next.
Hi, yes, it's Lucius Julius Uranus here from the House of Julii. I'm based in Melbourne. It's my first time playing this game, and I'm really looking forward to all of the political intrigue of it, and possibly surviving
Can you go away, please? I have to
the first
talk.
year.
Go away.
That would be good,
I
wouldn't
need
it?
your help right now.
That would be tops. All right, over to pre-Byzantium.
Hi there, I'm Numerius Aurelius Ingeniarius from the pre-Byzantium faction. I'm a veteran of last year, though we lost many wars. I've come back with a vengeance, this time to right the Roman Republic and win.
Perfect. And we may have just dropped a senator, did we potentially? Marca Wedi, are you still there? No, she's dropped out again. We'll give her a moment to come back in.
I think her faction is misbehaving.
Yeah, the faction is misbehaving. So we'll talk about some other things while we're waiting for her to come back on, and then we'll get her to introduce herself and her faction. First of all, that was awesome. Whoever drew the lion in the center here, the true Roman graffiti. That's quite a nice touch. I quite like that. When I was doing the cleanup before our game the other day, I decided I'd keep the lion as a little bit of a motivational mascot. So I've left it there for the time being. So just a word of warning. Happy for you to use the drawing tools. That's not an issue. Now, I think for some reason there's restrictions. You may not be able to delete your own drawings, but just be careful hovering anywhere around the delete key because you might end up deleting components and cards and stuff like that. So just be conservative, I guess, with your drawing. If you want something deleted, then let me know and I can delete it for you on your behalf. Okay, so let's talk through a couple of things again. So just remember, every time something changes with your senators, you'll need to update your faction votes and faction influence, and I can show everybody on screen at home what we're looking at there. So each faction has a total influence tracker and I guess a number of faction votes, and so you need to be conscious of those when they need to update, and that'll be more pertinent when you come into the Senate session. And normally before we hit that population phase, we'll do a bit of an update anyway, just to make sure everybody's in the right area. For the start of the early Republic scenario, which is where we're starting with our particular game, of course, this game allows you to start from any particular era that you like. Most of the group, and I'm certainly of the opinion that starting from the early Republic is the best way to go. And part of that is the Republic will start with 4 legions, although I imagine that will dramatically change over time. I can see Marika Wedia is back. How are you going? You okay there?
Hello. Sorry.
Sorry, I'm going to unmute you again. Sorry, there we go. Now give us a hello.
Hello.
There we go. No, you're okay. That's all right. I was just introducing some other aspects of the game board. You've heard it all before. This is just for all the people at home. All right, so now that you're back, if you'd like to introduce yourself by your Roman name, tell us where you're from, and introduce your faction name.
So we're the Erudite faction. My name is Marka Vedia Novella, and I'm from Sydney, and I like playing tabletop board games. Yeah, happy to be here.
Perfect. Good. That's all of our introductions done. Very happy. Now, to finish off our introductions, the only other thing that's worthy of note in terms of a early Republic start is we have an inactive war at the beginning, and that is the first Punic War sitting down here in the inactive wars box. What that means is essentially that war will stay inactive and doesn't have any effect on the game until such time as either A, the Senate decides to attack it, or B, a matching enemy leader or a matching war of the Punic series comes out, and therefore it will become activated at that time, whether the Senate likes it or not. Now, we're also using what they call the World Wargaming Championships, or WBC start, which puts a naval victory marker on the first Punic War. And essentially what that does is makes it a little bit easier for our fledgling young Roman Republic and the associated Senate here, and it essentially saves them a good 10 talents, 100 talents, I think, because it costs... They would need to build 10 talents to be able to fight that war, at least fairly anyway, or give themselves a chance. And it's 10 talents per fleet, if I'm not mistaken, so that would cost them 100. So really, I'm saving the Senate 100 talents at some point here, which is they're going to be very happy about. And that just makes things a little bit easier, because, we don't want this to be impossibly difficult. Certainly, the early Republic scenario is renowned for being difficult enough as it is. The only other thing that I will point out is before our live session here, Flaminius, ID number 13, from the House of Incognita, was appointed our first temporary Rome consul through a random draw, and he will be leading the very first proposal in our Senate session when it comes up this year. All right. Any final questions from our senators before we step into our very first phase, the mortality phase? No, I think we're all ready. I think we're all ready to go. Now, just remember, folks, there is no time limit on anything we do here. We are broadcasting this, yes, but don't let that bother you. If you need to take time to have a think about something or discuss or have a phone call privately with another senator, I certainly encourage that a lot. We can play ads or something in the background. That doesn't matter at all. So please, ask questions, take your time, have chats, and we'll slowly step through from there. All right, everybody, let's pull out your cheat sheets and have a look. And we're going to have a look at the first phase, which is the mortality phase. And we talk about imminent war activation. We're lucky we don't have any imminent wars at this point in time. The first one is war exhaustion. Now, this is an actual... an additional rule from the Avalon Hills rule set that you wouldn't have seen in your normal rules book. But we've decided to include this one in here, and it just helps to keep the flow of the game going. Now, this is only going to apply to active wars or unprosecuted wars, and we don't have any of those at this stage, so the current war exhaustion rule is also not applicable to us at this time. finally is the last one. It's aging senators, and this one is the last and only step we're going to be doing for this phase. Now, I mentioned before to all of you in our messenger chat that I dropped some new tokens, some new aging tokens into your faction areas. What you need to do now listen carefully before you all get excited, is you all now need to age your senators by 1. All right, so if they're an aged 1 senator, they become an aged 2 senator. If they become an aged 2, they become aged 3. If they're 0, they become a 1. So there is one faction that actually has 2 tokens ready to go. So when you do your shuffling of your age tokens around, you'll have 1 left over, and you can put that back in its associated spot on the sides of the table. So please go ahead and do that now. And take your time to make sure you get this right, because you'd be amazed. Nearly every turn last year, somebody got it wrong. Apparently, it's a difficult exercise, so just be confident in yourself that you're knowing aging everybody by 1, and it's just like a case of shuffling tokens, right? And then everybody will have a token. So the House of Julii is, I guess, a slightly different exception. They've got an extra senator who's at age 0, who's now going to become an age 1, and that's Marcus Porcius Cato the Elder. So he's going to get a number 1 token now.
Can you send into back?
Yes, I can. Yeah, absolutely. So that's a reminder. If the tokens are not going where they're supposed to, folks, let me know, and I can shuffle your cards in the correct order so your tokens show up on front.
Cool.
Now, I think I was going to offer help to the Erudite faction and Marca Wedia. I can put your additional token away when you're ready. Now, have you done your shuffling yet there, Marca Wedia? We haven't got audio from her. Oh, you've got yourself on mute, I see. You've muted yourself.
No, I haven't. Sorry.
Okay, yeah. If you'd like to do that now, so you're going to age all of your senators by 1. You can see in your zone, I've put you a new number 4 age marker up near your cheat sheets there in your virtual play area. So make Julius shuffle the number 2 from Alias to Julius. So Julius will become 2, Alias will become 3, Platius will become 4, and then you'll have 1 token left over, and I can put that back for you. So just a case of dragging and dropping your respective tokens in your zone there.
No, I'm still struggling with the whole token thing of where the tokens come.
Okay, so I'll move them for you. Here we go. So I'll put Julius, make him a 2. Alias becomes 3. You can see me doing this now?
Nope.
Are you looking at the correct area?
No, I don't think so.
Let me zoom in. I'm just going to change everybody's view just for the benefit. So stand by. Everyone's view is going to change.
Yeah.
All right. There we go. So everybody should be looking at Marca Wedia's faction zone now. And I've just aged all her senators for her, all the black tokens. And now I'm going to go put that little token back on the side in one of the respective piles. So I'll do that now. Here we go. There's a zone. I'm going to grab the token, pop that back over there. So the intent for those watching at home, the intent here was to try and replicate the look and feel of the physical game as much as possible. So that's why you're seeing lots of tokens everywhere, and why the field is a little bit laggy as well. So if there's any other players that do seem to struggle a little bit with token movement or moving tokens around, let me know and I can help you out. It appears that my connection seems to be okay. All right, so let's do a quick check. Make sure everybody's aged correctly. So, for example, let's look at Fortuna's Despair. Papirius is now 2. Achilles is 3. Furious is 4. That looks pretty good to me. House of Julii, Fulvius 2. The Statesman is 1. Sulpicius is 3 years. And Aurelius is 4. That's a nice name, Aurelius. Justia Marita Cornelius is now 2. Valerius is 4. Quinticus is 3. That looks good. And let's go up to pre-Byzantium. This guy should be all over it. Fabius 2. Calpurnicus 3. And Junius 4. And then we've already done the Erudite faction there. If we have a look at the House of Incognita, Melius is 4. Manlius is 2. And Flaminius is 3. Great. You've all aged your senators correctly there. Fantastic. Now we get to move on to phase number 2. I nearly need some music to throw in there. Right. We are now...
Zelda music.
Yeah, something like that. Elevator music. We are now in the revenue phase. Okay, so let's step through each of the boxes here. Eventually, we're going to get much quicker at this, and we're going to skip over stuff that's not relevant for ourselves. But we'll talk through and just touch on everything, at least initially, just for you to get a look and feel and a bit of an idea, okay? And at any point you have questions on any of the steps as we go through, please, by all means, ask, okay? All right. So the first box there in our little cheat sheet talks about some movements and some administration to do with rebels. Now, we obviously don't have any rebels at this point in time. And what do I mean by a rebel? A rebel is any player who has decided to secede from the Senate and appears to attack the Senate. And you can read more up about that, but it essentially occurs with victorious commanders, and there's normally a declaration that occurs in the revolution phase. I would be highly surprised if there was a rebel in the early republic. It's very difficult, I'd argue, for a player to win as a rebel in the early republic. It's just too hard to not only get all the support that you need in terms of an army and to pay them, of course, but also to then attack the Senate and keep the Rome alive to the end of the round to win. So, but, you know, nonetheless, in terms of paying bills as a rebel, that's when that would occur. Okay. Right. Now, here's the fun one. So let me talk through this first, and then you can all run out off to the bank and get some money. We're going to talk about the personal revenues. Okay, so this is where all your senators get paid. So let's talk this through slowly, and then you can all go penny pinching. Now, I will be doing audits, so it is an honesty system. I've kept the banks open. I thought logistically I was just a little bit quicker and a little bit easier this year. For all the players at home, I'll show you. So there's a couple of boxes of money on the sides. 1 talent coins, 10 talent, 5 talent, 50 talent, and 100 talent coins there. The players, being the good upstanding senators and citizens that they are, they're only going to grab what they're entitled to, which is good. Now, technically speaking, you'll see actually the next two boxes, you've got personal revenues and then redistribution. These are technically separate steps, but I allow the players, and this sort of happens practically anyway, to combine these two steps. So you can take your pot of money and then you can distribute it freely as you wish amongst your senators and your faction treasury when it comes in. Normally what I'd request my players to do is put the money where it's supposed to be going and then redistribute, but I'm happy for you all to mix that all into one. But let's talk about where your income's coming from. That's what everyone's waiting for. So every senator is entitled to 1 talent. Okay, so let's take pre-Byzantium as an example here. So presently, the pre-Byzantium is earning 3 talents. Now, the exception is the faction leader gets 3 instead. So already pre-Byzantium is now getting 5 talents. Right? Eventually, you guys will have the opportunity to either essentially pay for or try to influence knights to join your senators, which is like your support posse. For each knight that your senators have, that's another additional talent. So it's another money measure. And then, of course, those with concession cards also get to reap the rewards and also get to take in money depending on what their card says. So let's roll in, and I'm going to change everyone's view again. So everybody hands off your controllers for just a minute. We're going to zoom in on the pre-Byzantium faction here. So let me know when everybody's views changed.
Yep.
Give it a moment to update. So we're now looking at Fabius, number 2, and he's got the Sicilian grain concession here. Now we're going to zoom in because he's got some interesting rules. So at the very top there, it says he gets, it's actually quite good, 4 talents per turn. And this is the phase, and this is the time when he'll earn those talents. So in addition to the 5 his senator's already getting, he's going to get an additional 4 on top of that to be a total of 9. Right, now what's this text underneath? So it says, during a drought, he can have, if he decides to choose to do so, get a voluntary extra double that. So he can get 8 talents, but his senator has to take -2 popularity. So there's a choice he gets to make, but only when there's a drought in effect. And there's not a drought right now. You'll know when it is because the unrest level goes up.
Is the impact on popularity permanent?
Sorry, say that again?
Is the impact on popularity permanent?
No, popularity changes, but popularity can go minus. So popularity ranges from +9 to -9. Is that a good idea for Fabius to be doing at this stage if there was a drought? It depends, is the answer to that question. It depends on what you plan to use your money for. If the popularity hit is worth it for the additional 4 talents to do something, maybe. I don't know. And that's a strategy decision that you have to make. So Sicilian grain is probably one of the more complex ones. Who's got a tax farmer? Here we go. Let's go to Marco Wedia's faction with the erudite faction. Under Julius, ID number 4 there. And again, I'll shuffle everybody's view for everybody's benefit. Stand by. Everyone's view should have changed. There we go. So Julius has a tax farmer 3, and that's 2 talents per turn. Now, the rest of the text underneath talks about the effect of the Punic Wars on these concessions, and the Punic Wars can end up destroying these concessions, and Julius could lose it if a Punic War comes up. So I guess there's a risk there. So In this case here, she'll get 3 talents for Julius, 1 talent for Plateus, 1 talent for Elias. So that's currently 5 plus 2, that's 7. Does my math add up there? Does that sound correct?
Yep.
All right. And then everybody else, you follow the bouncing ball. It should be pretty self-explanatory. Are there any questions about income?
Nope.
Okay. So, yes, I see Marika Wedia, you have a question.
Why wouldn't you put it all in the faction treasury? Why would you divvy it up specifically between them?
Sure. Okay, so let's talk about that now. So you'll get your, let me zoom out a little bit more now here. You'll get your bundle of money. You'll probably drag that over as a pile into your play area. Now, if everybody looks in their play area, you'll have 2 little, what looks to be pieces of paper, one that's made of wood and one that's made of, well, paper. So the paper one talks about influence, popularity, and talents. So the bottom talents boxes can be handy there, but the wooden one tells you the difference between what you can use a single personal senator treasury for and what a faction treasury is used for. So that is a quick little guide just to remind you what the difference is and where. So the pools of money and how you can use them. So the faction treasury can only be used by really for 2 things. One is defending against persuasion attempts, and that is any persuasion attempt, not just on you. It could be on another faction, and you could help block another faction from being persuaded. The other one is paying for maintenance troops on rebel troops. So, again, no one's going to be a rebel. So, really, essentially, the only reason you, at this stage, you probably put money in your faction treasury is probably 1, to hide it for later use if you don't want people to see you guys accruing money, or 2, to defend yourself against persuasion attempts. So, so really, there's probably 3 reasons. Often, being able to hide your money is sometimes good. You don't want to see people, people building up your fortune. So that's, I guess, something else I request of our senators here is please don't go peeking under other people's faction treasuries. Now, let me just double check on a few of the treasuries here. That the chests are at the front, so you can, in fact, hide your coins underneath. But right, if you haven't already started, please feel free, tally up your total income for your factions and go ahead and drag those coins to your respective faction areas. Just take your time because somebody might be competing with you for that same coin. For you, Marika Wedia, I'll do yours for you now and I'll drag your coins across, okay? So you'll get 7, so I'm going to bring the 7 across. Now, if you want to change denominations, you absolutely can. But let me drag across here for the moment. All right. So you can distribute your money as you like between certain senators, between your faction treasury, or a combination thereof. And it is at this point as well that if you decide or have made a deal to exchange talents with another player, this is that point where the exchange will occur. Okay.
So just to clarify, I could put my talents wherever I like. I could pile them up in the middle of my play space. I could put them in the faction treasury. I can pile them all on one or senator.
So at the end of the day, they do actually need to be either on a senator's card or more, right, or in your faction treasury. They have to be assigned. Right. Yeah.
All right.
So good question. Good question. Well asked.
And at this point, if anyone's taking those concessions, we reveal our corrupt marker.
Correct. Thank you very much. So as Marcus Decimus just pointed out, just to make sure it's obvious when it comes to the point in the Senate for the censor, you just need to drag your concession card out from behind your senator just a little bit until you see the corrupt portion of the card revealed. And for those playing at home, I'm going to zoom in on the Merita faction, and we can see that in practice there. So it just shows that, yes, he did indeed take his harbour fees during the revenue phase. Now, there are some concessions which only apply their income at certain points. So I think one's called shipbuilding. Actually, I believe Numerius Aurelius will be familiar with that one from the last game. Boy, did he earn some dollars off that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we can redistribute the talents as we like, when we like?
Only during this time right now.
Right, okay.
Yep, so you won't be able to move them around at all until this time next turn. Okay. So, decide now how and where you want your talents distributed amongst your senators and amongst your faction treasury.
All right.
And when do we get to change the leader?
That will happen later in the forum phase.
Okay.
So you'll have an opportunity for that very soon. If you've changed your mind about changing a faction leader, that can happen very soon.
Okay.
Yeah. So in terms of any changes, there's always a step for that in our process. All right, I'm just doing a quick round the table, making sure there's no loose wild coins anywhere. Any other final questions from people? No, I'm
Nope.
seeing everyone's pretty happy. Cool, all right. So we've done both the personal revenue step and the redistribution step at this point. And there's been no trades, or none that I saw. I mean, there could have been a sneaky one, but, that would have probably been a private deal. But that is the only point when coins can be distributed. In fact, generally, if you're doing a card trade or a coin trade, you should probably best announce it so we know that it is legal tender and it is happening at the correct time. You don't necessarily have to announce the amount, and you don't necessarily have to announce what the card is. You just need to say that it's happening, just for future reference. All right. The next one, the next box that you see there on your cheat sheets talks about province development. Now, at this point in time, Rome is still young, and we don't have a province yet to speak of. But as you guys start smashing and winning wars, these will very quickly start to pop up. And province development gets to occur at the choice of the governor, at the governor's discretion. So we can't do that just yet. Right, let's talk about state revenue. Now, who can remember where we keep track of our state treasury and our state revenue?
Top left.
Yeah, good. I've put the clue on the stream live. So it's that purple box in the sandpit in the middle. For all those who can't remember, that says State Treasury, and it currently has 100 talents in the bank. So as a freebie every turn, kind of like Monopoly if you like, instead of $200, you get 100 talents. So perhaps if I request of pre-Byzantium, Numerius Aurelius, if you'd like to update the State Treasury from 100 to 200 talents to show our new state income.
Certainly, I shall do that now.
Excellent. So he's going to grab one of the grey tokens from one of the sides of the board. He's going to drag that over and then replace the one with the 2, and he's going to put the one back. Lots of token heaving and throwing. Somebody asked, "Oh, why didn't we make this digital?" And I said, that's too easy. They didn't have digital technology back in Rome. You got to do everything by stone tablets. There we go. So in the Temple of Saturn, where they kept their treasury, I should have renamed that to the Temple of Saturn. That would have been good. Very good sip of tea for me. Okay, now you'll also see there that it talks about various talents for loyal provincial state incomes, and can be negative. So for each province that you have, it'll generate or usually sometimes cost you money if it's underdeveloped, and then that will be plus or minus from the state treasury as appropriate at that point as well. Now it says loyal provincial incomes. Now sometimes what can happen is a governor can take provincial spoils, and that makes him corrupt. And if that happens to be a negative, and he decides not to pay it, then the state has to pay it. So that won't make him a lot of friends potentially, but that's something to watch out for. That can affect your state treasury balance. Okay, let's talk about contributions at this point. So this is an opportunity, again, to throw some money around to earn a particular senator some influence. And you can see the individual thresholds in the cheat sheet there. So for the first threshold is 10 talents. So if you have on any one individual senator 10 or more talents, you can start to earn influence by donating that to the state treasury. And I tell you what, you do see this quite often, particularly if you guys are hurting or if you're needing to build additional armies. In fact, I've often seen players collectively agree that they'll all contribute something to the state treasury within certain scope conditions and caveats. But, you get an influence boost as a part of that. Now, the only caveat here being it has to come from a single senator, so you can't pool it up from a bunch of senators. It needs to come from one senator alone because, it needs to assign the influence to somebody. Now, at this stage, I don't think anybody has 10 talents on an individual senator, but normally what we would do is we'd start with the highest ranking available officer, and then we would go round the room and ask, would you like to donate any talents to the state treasury, and move in a clockwise direction until we've all done. And unless somebody wants to correct me, but I don't think anybody has 10 talents yet. So that's what would happen at that point. Okay, now we come to the slightly more unfun part. Nobody likes to pay their debts, but it has to occur, and we don't want any Lannisters here in our Republic of Rome board game. Wrong era, wrong fantasy. So, yeah, who are our Game of Thrones fans? So let's look at our legions fleet. So every time you have an army or a fleet, you've got to feed and maintain them. So who's quick on their buzzer? How many armies do we have right now?
4.
We have 4 legions.
Boom, 4. We have 4 legions right now. Now, who can tell me what they cost to pay for all of them this round?
2.
12 for all of them? Or am I not thinking?
8.
Right? 8.
Great.
Yeah,
8
two
is the
each, yeah.
correct answer. Yep. So maintenance on troops and fleets is 2 talents per each. You have 4 of them. 4 times 2 is 8. And just for simplicity, if I could request pre-Byzantium to make the adjustment, so if you could minus 8 from 200 in our state treasury, and we will be able to pay our troops. I reckon we should have just paid them in salt. That's worth just as much. Did you know that? That's an interesting factoid that often, you may have heard the saying worth their weight in salt or something as well. They would sometimes pay the soldiers in salt as a form of payment, and salt was a little bit more valuable in those times, because it was used for all sorts of things, both for religious and food preservation purposes. So we've now paid our troops. Our troops are happy. Now, I guess something to note here is that the Senate can't choose to voluntarily not pay a legion. You have to pay your legions. In a circumstance that you can't or you don't have enough budget, then that's bankruptcy and the game's over. All right. So you always need to make sure you have enough money to pay your debts. So if you raise a large army one turn, be prepared that you need to pay maintenance on that the next turn. Okay. So just bear that in mind. All right. Always need to be able to make sure you can pay your debts. All right. It also says minus 20 talents for every active or unprosecuted war. Luckily, we don't have any of those right now. But you will most certainly will in the future. They're costly, so try not to leave wars sitting on the board for too long because they will cost you flat off the bat 20 talents just for being there. To fund defences and fund foods and move refugees and build, all that sort of caper. Wars are expensive, right? So for every active and unprosecuted war, it's going to cost you 20 talents each, and that can add up very quickly, particularly if there are a lot of wars on the board. So bear that in mind as you go forwards. The next one is you're going to pay for any various active land bills in effect. You would have seen we discussed land bills in our tutorial videos. Thankfully, you don't have any land bills on the board right now, so therefore there are no debts to pay in terms of land bills. Finally, is a little bit of administration for governors, is the last step in the revenue phase, and that's where we just adjust the term dials for each of our governors. Eventually, we'll have provincial cards that will show what's active, and we'll put tokens out to show how many time or how long they've been out there for. So a governor will stay out as a provincial governor for 3 turns, and we just help to manage that at this step. Right. That is the end of the revenue phase, at least according to my books. Are there any questions on the revenue phase? Nope. It doesn't seem so. I'm just going to go back to looking at my chat here. I'm seeing some chat come up. There were some people whispering to me. Has everybody been helped? Nobody has any outstanding questions now?
We're all good.
We're all good? Oh, yeah, okay. I'm a bit slow to see the Roll20 chat sometimes. The virtual stream can see it. Maybe those in chat can remind me. Type into Twitch chat. I'm more likely to see that, I think. Okay, now let's move on to our third phase, the forum phase, and this is where things start to get a little bit more exciting. So if there are any event cards in the forum at this stage, which there are none, we would remove those at this point. And now we move into what we call the initiative step. Okay, so there are 4 steps in an initiative, and everybody takes their turn in taking these 4 initiative steps. And those initiative steps are an opportunity for persuasion, attracting knights, changing your faction leader, and sponsoring games. Now, they're all voluntary. You don't have to do any of them. Usually a player will do 1 or 2 of them. And then it also includes some roles at the beginning as well. Now, the honour of going first in the initiative always goes to the highest ranking available officer, and we know that is Flaminius of the House of Incognita faction, and that goes down to Quintus Octavius Gurgus. And this is what's going to happen. So he's going to either just type in chat the command, or he's going to roll the virtual dice across the field, whatever you're comfortable with, and he's going to roll a 2d6. Now, what's going to happen is we're going to look at that result. Now, if it is not a 7, okay, so that's very interesting, and this is where that 7 reference came up before, for those that remember as we were joining. If it's not a 7, you're going to draw a card from the Early Republic deck, and I'm just going to pop that up on the playing areas for you all now. Oh, it's already there. There we go. Good. There you go. So you all should be able to see the Early Republic deck hovering down the bottom right. There's our die roll. We see a 4. So, just to let you know there, Quintus Octavius, I need you to hover over the Early Republic deck. I want you to press, I think is it to pick up or something is your choice, and you need to type a number 1. Yeah, you need to type a number 1 in the box that pops up, and then that will take a card to your hand. All right. Let me know when you've done that.
This has been done.
Okay, and I can see that's popped up into your hand there. Now, is it a red text or a black text card? Or in other words, is it a faction card or a forum card? You don't have to tell us what it is just yet, but just tell me if it's red text or black text.
Let me just whisper that.
Yep, sure, not a problem. So the intent here is if it's a black text forum card, it will go into the forum. If it is a red text faction card, he will keep it. And in this case, he's going to hang on to it. Okay. He gave me some clues as to what it might be in the chat there. So he's going to keep that secret to himself, and that's all we need to talk about that one for now. So that's good. Now, if he had rolled a 7, he would have rolled another set of dice, and then he would have drawn an appropriate event card. But that didn't happen here. So now we get to step through each of the persuasion steps. So over to you, Quintus Octavius. The first question I offer to you is, would you like to try and attempt a persuasion attempt?
No, thank you.
There's a no thanks. Would you like to attempt to attract a knight or pressure multiple knights?
Not at the moment, no.
So the default answer here is going to be yes. Okay, everyone is going to say yes when I ask you this question.
Yes.
You are going to go, yes, I would like to attract a knight. All right, everybody say yes?
Yes.
Yes, all right. So this is the correct answer here, and I will not accept anything else because it is a free roll. All right. So what's going to happen is, and don't do the roll just yet, let me explain, because who knows, you may want to supplement it, right? You're going to roll a 1d6. If it is a 6, you get a knight. All right. Now, before you roll, you need to specify the senator. So Quintus Octavius will either pick Flaminius. You'll either pick, I can't see the names, Manlius, or what's his other one here, Aemilius. So he'll nominate one of those senators. He'll then say if that senator wants to pay any bribes for this. So any talents sitting on that senator, you could put in to that die roll to make it even better. So for every talent that you add from that one senator, makes it one extra number on the die that's applicable. So, for example, if he chooses for Aemilius to roll for a knight, he said, I might throw in one talent from Amelia's coin purse, so therefore he could get a knight on a roll of a 5 or a 6. Outside of that, you're just going to roll a 1d6, and if you get a 6, you get a knight. That's a free roll. So over to you, Quintus Octavius. What would you like to do? Which senator would like to roll for a knight?
I would like to choose Flaminius.
Okay, Flaminius is going to roll for the knight. Yeah. Would you like him to pay any talents to make the chances a little bit better?
No, thank you.
So before you answer that question, I'll give you another opportunity to answer that. Remember, knights are used, 1, for additional income, and 2, they give you additional votes. Okay, they give you additional votes, all right? So just double checking, would you like to put any money towards the knight roll?
Yeah, why not?
No, I was going to say, no pressure. I just wanted you to be informed. That's all, okay? So if you'd like to take that one talent from Flaminius and put that back in the treasury, and he's rolled a 2, so unlucky there. So no knight for your one talent spent, but at least you attempted, right? And you'll be able to go to bed tonight knowing that you did everything you could. So no love lost. Okay, now would you like to change your faction leader at this time?
No, I would not.
Okay, so the faction leader is going to stay with Manlius. Remember that affords not only additional income for that senator, but also provides a little bit of protection upon death. So normally what happens is a senator, a family card that dies, you've got to make a persuasion attempt to see if you keep them, but if it's a faction leader, it automatically sort of stays with the faction. So I guess you put your faction leader marker on your favourite senator is probably a great way to put that. Finally is sponsoring games. So this is a little bit like state revenue in the sense it has some benefits for the state. So when you sponsor games, not only does it reduce the unrest level at certain thresholds, you also gain popularity from it. So the initial threshold is 7 talents, and again, I don't think anybody has 7 talents on one individual senator here. So the point is moot in the case here for Quintus Octavius. But yeah, you can see the individual thresholds. So the bottom one there, a particular senator could gain 1 popularity and reduce the unrest level by 1 for the cost of 7 talents. But I can visibly see there is no rich senators amongst you just yet, so you'll skip that point. All right, and that concludes your initiative steps. Well done. Next, let's go in a clockwise direction, which puts me down at Fortuna's Despair. You are now going to roll your 2d6 either with in the chat with the command or through the virtual dice at your leisure. Please roll away. We get a 4, so that is a draw card. So if you click the Early Republic deck in the box that pops up, hit 1 in the box and press enter or whatever it is, and you'll get a card into your hand. Now, is it a family card? Is it a black text card or a red text card?
Does it pop up at the start of the...
Oh, I'm not sure. Whatever card is new for you.
Oh, I see. No, it's a red text card.
It's a red text card. If you're happy that it is indefinitely red, then that will stay private with you for now. I could just I've just double checked. Yep, definitely. So that'll stay with you. Cool. Now we can go through your initiative steps. Now, at this point in time, would you like to make a persuasion attempt?
No.
Would you like to roll for a night or pressure multiple nights?
I'd like to roll for a night, please.
Yeah, that's the correct answer. Okay. Now, which senator would you like to attempt to attract a knight with?
We'll use Furious.
Furious. Would he be putting any money towards the cause?
Yeah, put 2 talents towards it.
Great. So you just need to roll a 4, a 5, or a 6 if you'd like to throw that money in the kitty, and then go ahead and roll your 1d6. And you're looking for a 4, a 5, or a 6. Once he's finished coughing up. There we go. He rolls a 2. Unlucky. The dice are not playing very friendly today. But again, at least you've done it. Now, would you like to change your faction leader at this point?
No, thank you.
All right, not a problem. And I don't think you can sponsor any games at this time. That concludes your initiative. Look at us. We're nice and quick now. Over across to the House of Julii. Here we are. Let's roll that 2d6. The suspense is killing me.
Oh, what's happened here?
There we go. We get 2. So that's a drawing from the deck. Click on the deck, put a number 1 in the box that pops up and hit enter. And is it a red text or black text card?
It's a black text card.
Okay, if it's black text, I'd like you to click and drag it into the sandpit area, please, if you can, for all to see. It'll probably go face down first. Yeah, pop it into the sandpit area.
Did it go in?
I can't see it, no.
Oh, where's it gone? Oh, there it is. All right, I have to zoom out.
Yep, yeah, just drag it. There we go. And if right-click and flip it over for us. There we go. Now we've pulled a senator from the deck, which is Terentius of ID number 20. So he is currently an unattached senator, essentially, up for grabs, really. And he is willing and eager, I suppose, to be persuaded to a faction at the right sort of role and cost, if you like. So now with that card drawn, we'll step through the rest of your initiative steps. So the first question I'll ask you is, would you like to make a persuasion attempt?
So the persuasion attempt is...
Yeah, so if you look on the back of the cheat sheet, you can see under key equations on the back of your cheat sheet, you can see the persuasion attempts equation there. And essentially it is it's a 2d6 roll, really, based on a couple of different factors, including your influence level, any talents on the target card. So you can see the legend there. And if you like, we can step through it as an example, and who knows, you could end up with an additional senator in your faction, should you so choose.
Let's just quickly step through it so everybody then gets a understanding of how persuasions work. So
sounds like a great idea. So I'm just going to be stepping through the equation here. So first of all, we need to identify which of your senators is going to make the persuasion attempt.
So oratory is good for this, right?
Oratory is good for this, yes.
Yep. So the most influential of all men, Cato the Elder.
Okay, and what is his oratory?
6.
All right, so we've got 6 plus, what's his influence?
His influence is 1.
Is 1. Now, would you like to put any bribes to make this a little bit easier for yourself. And I guess you can hold off on that decision until you get the base number, and we'll calculate that in just a moment. So let's come back to that. Okay, let's talk about the target senator here. What is the target senator's loyalty?
Is 6.
Okay, he currently doesn't have any personal talents, so that's 0. And he's currently not aligned, so that is also 0. So for any aligned senator, they automatically get another 7 against the attempt. All right, so therefore we're going to have 7 minus 6 is equal to 1. All right, now on a 2d6 you need to roll less than a 1. So right now it's pretty hard. So this is at that point where you would seek to add bribes if you think it's worth it. But bear in mind that when you add bribes, everybody around the room who happens to have money in their faction treasuries gets to make a counter bribe, which then reduces that base number back down again.
Okay.
So if in other words, if you're unwilling to proceed, you essentially say, I don't want to do any bribes, and you will essentially attempt to roll and fail, and then you'll move on with your life.
Okay.
So would you like to make any bribes from Cato the Elder at this point?
No, he's penniless at the moment.
Right, and so you would roll on your 2d6. You're not going to get less than a 1, and you'll see there's 2 fail conditions really. The persuasion fails if you roll greater than 9, so 10 or higher, or if you roll greater than the base number, and the base number here was 1.
Yep.
And right on a 2d6, it's physically impossible to get less than 1. Now it gets harder when the end of error card is drawn, but we won't see that for a long time. Okay.
Yeah.
Now it's also worth noting that a persuasion success also fails. Oh, no, we talked about that. Right, so, anything over 10 or over is an automatic fail, really, and, right, anything less over the base number. Cool, all right, so we talked about that, but, right, now we saw a persuasion attempt. That wasn't too difficult, was it, folks?
No.
In terms of complexity and calculating it, but actually making it happen is probably a little bit harder.
Yeah, is it?
In good time, Okay, so would you like to roll for a knight or pressure multiple knights?
Yes.
Yes, you would. Which senator would like to have a go at attracting a knight?
Sulpicius.
I thought he might. Would he like to put any money towards the cause?
He will. He'll put in 3 talents.
He's going to put in 3 talents, so he just needs to roll a 3, a 4, a 5, or a 6. So if you'd like to exchange that money and get your change out of the respective kitty,
all right,
and you need to roll a 3 or up on a 1d6, and you get it. You get it. So while you're exchanging your money, make sure you bring back a number 1 knight token. Do you know what they look like?
Nope, I'm sure if I zoom in, I might be able to find them there.
So underneath the 5 talent box, you can see some gold numbers. They're your knights.
Oh, yeah.
You just need to grab a number 1 and put him in the knights box of Sulpicius, which is the bottom right box there, under the military oratory and loyalty ratings.
All right.
We had a follow in stream there by the sounds of it. A salve to Sardi167. Thanks for joining our board game here this evening. We're just waiting on the House of Julii to update Sulpicius, who's just earned himself a knight added to his posse, and now he's going to have 1 additional vote. So guess what you get to do now? You get to update your faction votes from 13 to 14.
Oh, gosh. At the top end.
There we go.
Is
Gideon,
that all?
hello, Gideon from Discord. Salve to you. Please, you could jump on board. Great to see you again. All right, so Sulpicius now has 2 talents remaining, and he now has a knight, which adds not only to his income next turn, and now also adds an additional vote to the House of Julii. So now is going to be on 14 faction votes, which is starting to get quite colossal. So he's going to hold a lot of sway in the Senate. Oh, sorry.
No one's supposed to know.
Shh, quiet, everyone, quiet. Yeah. Okay, so while he's fiddling that, I'll ask him the next questions. Would you like to change your faction leader at this time?
Funnily enough, yes.
Certainly. By all means, do that at your leisure. And I don't think you'll be able to sponsor any games at this point in time, so I will, of course, skip over that. Very good. While you're finishing tidy up, we can move to the next person. Let's go over to the
question first.
Yes, you can. Please do.
Just down on the Early Republic deck, I can see Terentius is the new senator. His card, his image is face up on that deck.
He's
I see that too. There's some sort of weird duplications happened, I think, there. Let me just have a quick look. Yeah, I'm not sure why he's sitting face up on the deck. That's a bit odd.
I'll see what happens if and when I try to draw.
Yeah, see, I can't see that.
Oh, okay. Curious. It could just be an error It's not showing a card that we shouldn't be seeing. It's not the end of the world. I don't want to try and fiddle with it in case something happens. Maybe I'll just hide the deck initially and bring it back. No, he's going to stay there.
Now I can see it. I couldn't before.
Yeah. That's all right. We hopefully they won't affect us going forwards. If not, we might need to do some technical thinking. Right, so we're going to go to Justia Marita with Marcus Decimus. If you'd like to go ahead and roll your 2d6, you're an old hand at this. Let's see what you get.
Yes.
He's put it in chat. He's rolled an 8. Please go ahead and draw your card. Tell me what your... so it's popping up what it is by the looks of it.
Yeah, but everyone's supposed to see it anyway.
Right, so that's handy there. That's getting annoying that it's flipping that over. I wonder why it's doing that. But anyway, we see that we have in fact drawn a war card here, and that is the first Gallic War. So already we're starting to see some war cards come through. So what we actually need to do, so because it has an armaments icon, it's going to become an active war straight away. Now we've got a different active forces box up in the map. So Marcus Decimus, if you could drag it all the way up to the map, you can see the dark shaded area with the active wars and the unprosecuted wars box. If you could drag it up there for me into anywhere in that active wars area. Yeah, so up at the bottom left of the big map. Yeah. This gives us a little bit more area to work with when we get there a little bit later. So let's talk through the war card a little bit. So let's zoom in slightly on the card. I'm just going to zoom it in for everybody watching on the Twitch stream at home. Zoom in. There we go. A little bit fuddly. There we go. So first Gallic War, it's the first of 3, so that's giving you a clue that there's 2 others out there. I don't know when they are. There could be another one in this era. There could not be. I mean, I can't remember specifically. I mean, I do, but I'm not going to tell you. And so that means, expect more of these wars to come. So there's a potential for matching wars. Its strength is currently 10, so that means in order to probably give yourselves a reasonable chance, you may want to have at least 10 legions. Now, that's not compulsory, and you could roll really well. You could get away with 8 or 7 or even 6, but you decrease your odds of winning the lower you are against that number. It tells me there that you don't require any fleet support, so that means you don't have any fleets to fight it, and it tells me you don't have to fight a naval battle. It's showing me no numbers next to the fleet strength. Now, it's got a
So
D.
can you just clarify one thing, the difference between the fleet and the naval?
Yes, I certainly can. So there's what they call fleet support and fleet strength. So fleet support is the anchor icon, which is 0, and fleet strength is the dash. So if it has a fleet strength, that means you have to fight a naval battle and essentially defeat them in battle. So instead of armies, it'll be ships. So you'll have to buy a number of fleets, you'll appoint a naval commander, and you go off and fight a battle very similar to a land battle, except it'll be with ships or galleons or... it starts with T. What's the type of ship that they used back in that time? That's a quiz. That's it. Well done. So Sardi's just pointed out, only 10 legions for the Gauls. Does the Senate authorize Caesar to enter Gaul? Yeah, great question there, Gideon. We will see. There is a Julius, actually, in one of the factions, but we're very early. It's a bit too early for Gaius Kaiser right now, isn't it? Now, fleet support, which is the anchor icon, means irrespective of the naval strength, you need to have that many ships to fight the land battle.
Okay.
So sometimes they may have a fleet strength, they may not, but they may still specify a fleet support, which essentially means the logistics that you need to have on hand to even be able to fight the land battle. So if it says 5, in order to fight the land battle, you need to have 5 ships go to that war as well.
Okay, so like on the first Punic War, it's got 10, 5, 10.
Yes.
So we'd need 5 ships to sail down to Sicily, wherever it was, with the 10 army.
Mm-hmm.
But the naval battle will be against a strength 10 fleet.
Right.
Which
so,
we've already won in this.
Which you've already won.
But in principle, that's how it works.
Right. Now you don't have to take 15 ships, right? If you've got 10 ships to fight a naval battle, that covers the 5 fleet support, right? So you don't have to have, it's only 10 ships you'd have to take in
So
that
it's just
case.
shipping the troops.
Yeah, essentially you can think of it that way. Supplies and shipping. Yeah. So in other words,
could you lose ships below that 5 number? And then
they are susceptible to losses. Correct. When you go to fight your land battle with the First Punic War, you'll take at least 5 ships with you, and I'd only take 5. You don't need any more. They are susceptible to losses as well should the results not go quite in favour to support that land battle. All right, let's go back up to the Gallic War and quickly talk through the rest of that card. So we've got the D and the S number. So there's a 13 next to the D and there's an S next to the 15. So it's worth noting that D stands for disaster, S stands for standoff. Now, on the base 3d6 dice that you roll, if you roll a 13 or a 15 against the Gallic War, it's an automatic loss, and it means there are consequences. Disasters are the worst. There's heavy losses for those. Standoffs aren't as bad, but it's still a loss, and you still lose troops and ships and whatever. And that means you have to then wait another turn to fight that war, unless, of course, you send 2 armies. So if you send 2 armies against the one war, only one army can fight at a time, but if by chance the first army fails, the second army can come in and have a go, because the disaster and standoff numbers can only be rolled once in a turn. So if you roll a 13 and the first army dies, the second army can still go in and roll, and if they roll a 13, it doesn't count, and they can still obtain a victory. So even though you might have smashed them based on that roll, if you rolled a 13, it's an automatic loss. So you don't want to roll disaster or standoff numbers, and they suck. And last year, the Senate kept rolling those for some reason.
Very unlucky.
Yes. Now, positives. Let's talk about the positive stuff. If you defeat the First Gallic War, you will get 20 talents into the state treasury, and the province of Gallia Cisalpina is created. So that's pretty awesome. So that's some good benefits. Now, if you look at the First Punic War, scrolling down back for the viewers at home, it says the victory creates the provinces of Sicilia and Corsica et Sardinia when it's defeated, and you get 35 whopping talents into the state treasury when you defeat the First Punic War. But there's an additional standoff number there, you notice. So you don't want to roll a 13, 11, or a 14 when going into war on that card. Does that all make sense?
Mm.
There's a lot to take in there, but that's okay. We'll talk about that more in the wars to come, but at least you guys have got a decent picture. Okay?
So you're going to roll and think you've won and then realise it's a disaster.
Yeah, exactly. We had that, though. It's like, yay, what a great roll. Oh, hang on a minute. Oh, hang on, it's a disaster. Yeah, there was at least 1 or 2 of those last year. Okay, so let's go through the rest of the initiative steps for Marcus Decimus. Would you like to make a persuasion attempt at this time?
I do not wish to make a persuasion attempt at this time.
Okay, would you like to roll or pressure multiple knights?
I would like to roll for a knight.
And which senator will be taking that privilege today?
Cornelius.
Cornelius will he be putting any money to the cause?
I'll be putting 5 talents to the cause.
Oh, right. So this is essentially an automatic roll. Just roll for shits and giggles. But by putting 5 talents down, it's an automatic knight. But let's just test out your rolling capability. Make sure you can do that. It's a 1d6. Maybe you just did 2d6 of the shits and giggles. It doesn't matter. He gets a knight anyway.
I did the 1d6 plus 5 for the talents.
Oh, yeah, okay. All right, so if you want to go bank that 5 talents into the bank for me from Cornelius and grab yourself a number 1 knight while you're at it. That's fantastic. Now, would you be liking to change your faction leader today?
I do not wish to change my faction leader at this time.
And I'm pretty confident that you won't be sponsoring any games. Now, if you'd also like to update your faction votes at this time as well, from 7 to 8.
Will do. Thank you very much.
With your new knight. Well done. That's that one done. Let's go up to pre-Byzantium. You know the deal. Roll your 2d6. Let's see how you go.
2d6.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So you're going to draw from the deck. Now, what I'm going to request here, because this sucks, I'm going to reveal the deck. If everyone else can look away, just in case it is a faction card. I'll do some testing post this session, but, you know, to try and give him a little bit of privacy in case it is a faction card. You try not to notice it, and then I'll hide the deck again. I'm going to show it. There you go. So go ahead and draw from the deck. Draw 1 card. Let me know when you've got it.
Yep.
Oh, it flipped back over. That's good.
Okay.
Okay, is it in your hand?
It's a black one.
Oh, great. All right, so bung that in the sandpit for us, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, the forum. I should stop calling it the sandpit. Let's be formal here. And drag it to the center sandpit area, and then flip it over if you need to. There we go. All right. So what we have here is we have what's called an enemy leader. An enemy leader card. This is Antiochus III, and he is based on the Syrian Wars. Now, I do have some positive news for you. He has absolutely no effect whatsoever right now. Just be mindful you don't want to be drawing any Syrian Wars, okay? Now, let's talk about a leader. So a leader usually has one figure at the top right. Now, he pluses the land and fleet strength of any associated war by that much. So enemy leaders make wars more difficult to fight. He also adds additional disaster and standoff numbers. So in addition to any standoff and disaster numbers on a Syrian war card, there's another 2 that you have to be concerned about. So that's lots of sucks. Ideally, you want to hope that these guys die, and there's an opportunity to try and remove these guys from the game at certain points. Now, what we need to do is we need to drag, and we'll have Numerius Aurelius do this. He can drag Antiochus III over to the Curia, which is just to the left-hand side of our Sandpit Forum, and there's a box for enemy leaders that don't have a matching war in play. Now, at the end of the Forum phase, the highest ranking available officer is going to roll a 1d6, and on a 5 or a 6, they die, and they never come back, which would be awesome. So, when we get to that point, wish all of your luck to the highest ranking available officer that he rolls a 5 or a 6, and you can kill him off before a Syrian war card is drawn. That would be awesome. That would be really awesome.
We should get a Pontifex Maximus, a priest, to get good luck, I reckon, guys.
That sounds like a marvellous idea to me. Food for thought for the new consoles when they come. Right, let's finish your initiatives, good sir.
Is it possible for a player to assassinate the leaders at all?
Yeah, during the Senate phase, absolutely. Yeah, you can...
what we're thinking here, man.
Yes. We see... Poached Trout's back from last year. Hello. Salve to Poached Trout. And he says a hello to all of you, the Patres Conscripti. Everybody in the game right now, all my senators, say salve.
Salve.
Yeah, great. Poached Trout was an avid viewer from last year.
Actually, I remember.
Yeah, that's right. You would remember Numerius Aurelius. And often come in with some helpful tips and some commentary, which was great. So pleased to have you back, Poached Trout. I'm glad to have you on board again for this year. Yes, we got 6 this year. I'm really excited. I'm so happy. The smile's coming off my face. It's that big. It's more excitement, which is great. Okay, so back to pre-Byzantium. Would you like to make a persuasion attempt, sir?
No, thank you.
Okay, and would you like to attract knights or pressure multiple knights at this time?
I would like to attract a knight.
Okay, and which senator will be taking that privilege today?
That will be Fabius, please.
Fabius will be doing it, and is he putting any money to the cause?
Yes, he'll put 5 talents towards the cause.
Okay, there's another automatic knight. You know the deal. Please bank the 5 talents, grab yourself a number knight, and then please increase your faction votes from 6 to 7. Look at these big spenders. Everyone else is like, oh, I should have done that. Oh, should I have done that? Oh, man. I'm going to get a flurry of messages of like, good. So he's going to grab himself a knight onto Fabius. He's getting himself a posse now. And we're going to see his faction votes go up from 6 to 7 too, which is awesome. While you're doing that, I'll ask you in the background, are you looking to change your faction leader today?
No, I am satisfied, thank you.
He is satisfied, and I'm assuming you're not going to be sponsoring any games at this time.
No.
Good, that concludes your turn. Let's go over to Marcawedia of the Erudite faction. Hello there. It is now your turn for persuasion. Glad to see you. In fact, it almost looks like you're wearing an Augusta Clavia, the thin red stripes. Yeah, I am so impressed. Well done. So brownie points for you as well. Yeah, so everybody give her good vibes as well when it comes to the Senate session. That's awesome. Right, go ahead and roll your 3d6 if you remember how to do that.
3d6. Click and drag.
Oh, I hear a roll button happening. Here we go. We have. Sorry, I said the wrong one. My apologies. I was a bit ahead of myself. If you'd like to roll a 2d6. At least you're good at following instructions. No, you don't need to apologise. That's me. When I heard the giggles, I said, I've done the wrong one.
Okay,
2d6.
okay. Can I just roll it over the top?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just 2d6 over the top. The other one will disappear. There we go. 4, 5, 6, 7. Yay! We get an event. We get an event.
It's not a war.
So it's not a war card. That's awesome. So events can be good or bad, right? Now, guess what? We get to roll a 3d6 again. Before you do that, let me modify the screen for everybody at home. So I'm going to scroll my screen into the forum phase box. Now, for those that are actually in my virtual tabletop right now, if you go down below the players area, you'll see I have a scene for each of or a couple of different phases. And on the far left-hand side, there's one for the forum phase. And there is a random events table here, okay? A random events table. What we're going to have now is have Marika Werdia. She's going to roll 3d6, and we're going to see what event that she draws from the early Republic column. So please, if you'd like to roll your 3d6 now, and we'll see what we draw. Oh, I'm so excited. This is great. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, what's the last number? It was a 14. 14. I like this one. New Alliance. So what we're going to do is we're going to draw this out of the early deck. So I'm just going to scroll my view back to the forum, and I'm going to pull this out for you. It's called New Alliance, and I think I can tell you off the head that should be positive for you guys. So let's go to our decks of cards. I'm going to bring it up here. I'm going to. This is difficult because they're all really zoomed in. I'm just going to try and remember what the symbol is. Is it this one? No. Is it this one? No.
Last year we had 2 manpower shortages in a row, which
that was terrible, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That was really bad. I tell you what, if Numerius Aurelius, you can see the event deck as well. If you want to look at the same time as me, and if you see the New Alliance one, if you could drag it out. Same for you, Marcus Decimus. First one to find it wins. Found it. Don't worry, guys, I got it.
You cheated. You got it there, ready to go.
I got it. Okay, I've just dragged the card into the forum space for everyone to see. So the forum is our workshop area. So event cards, loose senators, working out, all goes there. I'm going to read this out loud for everybody's benefit, but you can read ahead of me and have a read. So here it is. A neutral state sides with Rome, shifting the balance of power. The enemy sues for peace. Must be applied to a war or revolt of the highest ranking available officer's choice at the end of the Senate phase. The state collects half of any spoils of war, rounded down. Shuffle the war into the top 6 cards of the deck. If the selected war is a pretender province, the revolt is completely defeated. The chosen war loses any naval victory marker if shuffled back into the deck. That's interesting. That is very, very interesting indeed. Now, the mechanics of shuffling cards back into decks is a bit of a funny one. Essentially what happens is we put that card to the side, and then I do a secret roll off to the side that you guys can't see. In fact, I better go get myself some dice to do that. And then when it comes to drawing cards, I'll tell you whether we need to draw one fresh from the deck or whether you need to take the one that I'm sitting on. So that's if those interested in mechanics, that's how I'm going to handle that. Now that'll be at the end of the Senate phase. So that'll either be a Rome consul or a dictator, depending on who that is. So we don't really know who that is right now, but we will soon. But we'll keep that card there in the centre just to remind us going forwards. Okay, let's go back to Marika Werdia and let's finish her initiatives. First question for you, Marika Werdia, is would you like to make a persuasion attempt?
No, thank you.
Next, would you like to attract a knight or pressure multiple knights?
Yes, please.
Great, correct answer. Which senator would like to do this today?
I was thinking of doing the same thing as the other people and possibly just going for the 5.
I like your style. That means Julius then?
Yes.
Or Julius in the Latin tongue. So yes, please drop those 5 talents into the bank. Actually, I can do that for you. That'll make it easier.
Thank you. Do I drop it to the right-hand side?
Oh, I've just taken it for you. That's okay. I've taken it right off his cart, so I'm going to quickly drop this across over to here, and I'll bring your knight back. That's great. That's a nice, easy way. Knights are money grubbers. They love money, and 5 talents off the bat's a great way to get one. I'm going to slowly drag one back here. And I've lost it. There it is. Perfect. And I'll put that on his card. Banner. All right. And now I'm going to update your faction votes. You go from 8 to 9. So I'm going to drag this one over to the left-hand side. Drop that down to the 8. Grab you a 9. There we go. Yeah, my view's getting a little bit smoother. I've obviously finished all my loading after a couple of hours. Okay, 9 faction votes. Okay, let's finish it off. Would you like to change your faction leader at this time?
I was considering it because I was trying to understand. It looks like there was benefits to putting it to somebody with a low oratory rating.
Sure. I mean, it's whatever you like. I see Unknown
Yeah.
Star 120 has redeemed tea time. Thank you very much for that. I was needing a sip. My voice was getting dry and raspy.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Unknown Star
So-
120.
I was thinking of doing that to kind of balance it out a bit. So if
Sure.
I want to do that, do I just
Yep,
select
click on
it?
it. Click on the yellow token and drag it. Yep. Just make sure you've got the curse selected from your top left. Oh, there you go. You got it. And
Yep.
it appears you put it on Plateus. So Plateus will now be your new faction leader.
Yep.
Your new faction leader. Okay. Would you like? Oh, you've done that, and you won't be sponsoring any games at this point. So that will conclude your initiative step, and then subsequently includes the initiative step for everybody. Have I missed anyone? No, I don't think so. So we had 5 card draws from the deck. I think any round where you draw less than 6 and you get an event that's not terrible is a great round in my opinion. So well done to all of our senators for a good forum phase there. Now let's finish off the forum phase. The first one there is all senators holding a major office get a major marker. So who can tell me who is the senator holding a major office right now?
That would be
Flaminius.
That is correct. That is Flaminius. So, Flaminius, if you could be so kind and go grab yourself a major corrupt marker from the right-hand side, and please place that on Flaminius's card. So this just shows that anybody who has a major office will get a corruption marker moving into the Senate phase.
Marker. Yep.
It'll say, it's red, it says major on it, as opposed to exile. Please don't exile yourself yet. Yeah.
That's for next year.
Yeah.
Why not? Seems like a fun idea.
I'll wait for him to do that just to make sure he's got that. How you going, all right?
Oh, yeah, it's just taking its time getting over there.
Okay. Oh, you went on the wrong side. There's one very close to you on the right-hand side.
You never know.
Yeah, so on both sides of the board, if you don't recall, I've got the duplicate tokens on both sides. So if you're on the right,
Seen.
I'd go to the right. If you're on the left, go to the left. If you're in the center, you get to pick which side you want to go to. You get a choice, and there should be plenty of tokens for whatever you're looking for on both sides. Okay, so that's that one. Now the next, with the Second Punic War, we'd do some stuff, but we don't have a Second Punic War right now, so we don't have to worry about that. That would normally end up potentially destroying some farms, which would be terrible. But that's not going to happen, so we don't see a Second Punic War yet. So that's good. Now, we are now going to attempt to kill off the Syrian leader in the Curia. So everybody think positive thoughts. I'm now going to request our HRAO, Flaminius, as temporary Rome consul, to roll a 1d6 and roll either a 5 or a 6 to kill off Anatokis. Let's see how he goes.
Oh, Fleming.
That was the worst possible one.
That's
Worst,
the last time you get to be console.
Yep. See you later, guys. I'm gonna
worst
take my
possible roll.
vacation.
Ah, man. Now, after last year's terrible rolls, right, I actually went Googling to see the dice engine and the random number generator behind Roll20's dice engine because I was just so unhappy with the rolls you guys were getting last year. Turns out it's actually quite good. It's actually a really good system behind the dice, and it is truly random. You guys are really unfortunate, as was this roll. So the Syrian leader lives another day. He continues to plot his war against Rome. That's unfortunate.
Which
All
just
right.
delete it and redo, right?
Redo.
Right. Also, at that point, normally if there was any
crap.
destroyed concessions or if there was any dead senators, we would try to resurrect them at that point as well. But there are none, thankfully. So there's nothing further to do at that point. The final step there says all players to update their vote tallies. Okay, so we've been doing that already because we're so awesome. But what I would like you to do is head over to the overall vote tally tracker marker, and I've put that up on screen for everybody watching at home. And I'd like for you to update your individual yellow faction token on the vote tally tracker, please, to make sure it now reflects your total faction votes. So perhaps do a recount, make sure you've got the correct number. So it's oratory plus knights of all of your senators combined, and then go and update your individual token on the total vote tally tracker. So not the influence tracker, although you can update that as well, but the vote tally tracker, which is the white and gold one with the red A, T, M, and 2/3 icons on it as well. Okay, so everybody sort of scroll across. If you like, I won't change everyone's view because some people are doing some things there. Would you like me to do yours, Marika Wedia, or would you like to have a go yourself?
I just want to check if you can double check me.
Sure. So let me scroll to you. So I'm going to do a manual count. So you've got
one more.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And that's exactly what your box says in your faction. So let's go back to the vote tally tracker.
9.
And now you're going to go to 9. Very good. So you are good to go. We see 14 for the House of Julii. That's been updated. Very good. Fortuna's Despair, I don't think has moved. Neither has the House of Incognitia. That's remaining at a solid 6 there.
Perfect.
Very good. Good. Now, if somebody can do some quick math, if somebody wants to update the majority and the total and available tokens there, and if they'd like to do the 2/3 token, they're more than willing to do that as well. While we start to talk about the next phase. Okay, and I'm going to take another sip of tea. We're doing really well, folks. We're doing well. We're making some pretty good time. We're nearly at our break. We're not far off. We're not far off our break. Okay. Now let's talk about the population phase. The first step in the population phase is there'll be a +1 to the unrest level for every drought and every unprosecuted war. Right now we have no unprosecuted wars now, but you'll go, oh, but Decimus Aurelius, what about the first Gallic War? Well, I'll say, no, that's only active. That's still active at this point. It will become unactive or unprosecuted, is the better term, if you decide not to fight it in this coming round. Okay? It'll become unprosecuted then, and then it will cause a +1 to your unrest level next turn. Droughts usually occur from all sorts of reasons. 1, from events. 2, some war cards can cause droughts even when they're inactive. So keep an eye out for those. And that's it for that little bit there. The next is the State of the Republic address. Now, this is where things start to get exciting. So, for those that remember, the State of the Republic address signifies the start of the Senate phase, specifically when the dice are rolled. So as soon as the highest ranking available officer and that dice hits the deck and we've got a number, the Senate is officially declared open. Okay? So anything that's only applicable during the Senate phase, that's when that occurs. Now, once the State of the Republic address is given, so it's a 3d6 plus the popularity of the highest ranking available officer. In this case, that's Flaminius. We will then check if there's any adjustments to the unrest level. And if you all scroll again, for those that want to choose to do so, go underneath the players areas to the population phase, you will see the State of the Republic chart. And that is what will determine whether the unrest level goes up or down. So if you roll terrible, you're going to see a lot of problems.
Well,
so
no, my luck so far
on a 3d6, you want to roll huge, big as possible. 17s, 16s, 17s, and 18s are good. 11s to 15s are fine. You could probably tolerate an 8 to 10, but if you start getting 7s or less, you guys are you're going to be hurting.
Don't roll a 0.
If you roll a 0 on a 3d6, I've got some questions about physics I'd like to ask. Okay, so now, generally what I like to do is once the Senate phase is open, I try not to talk as much, right? I try to let you as the senators run it because it's your show. But for this first one, I will talk a little bit more and I will help you out and give you some guidance. But, this will be a live dance show, right, in future turns. And I fully expect whoever the presiding magistrate is to take over and run proceedings like the facilitator. So the presiding magistrate will go, right, we are now, as per the cheat sheet, have to elect consuls. Therefore, I now have a proposal for this, and it is this. Is there any discussions? Are there any questions? Right, calling for votes. So I expect the presiding magistrates to take over. But I will help the first 2 presiding magistrates in this first turn just to help you guys get a sense of the flavour, the sense of what I'm hoping to see, and hopefully what the crowd wants to see. Apparently 6 viewers we have right now watching from various parts of the world. So, look at us. We're above average in viewership on our Twitch channel. That's great.
So let's go. Hi to Mum.
Yeah, great. Yeah, say hi to everyone. Yeah, I'm sure you get your mum on Twitch. I'm sure she can say hi. Tell her to follow the channel. Okay, so, all right, to our highest ranking available officer, Flaminius. Now, before you roll, I always get my highest ranking available officers to make a speech. In your speech, just do it off the cuff. I'd like you to discuss what's to come in the year. I really want you to motivate the Senate. I want you to motivate the people of Rome. Tell them, look, there's some wars on the horizon or whatever, but we're going to smash them. Bonus points if you can do it all in Latin, but that's optional. All right, so I'm now, as the facilitator, as we call the Preco, the announcer. I'm now going to hand over to Flaminius and Quintus Octavius Gergus to give the State of the Republic address. Over to you, Flaminius.
All right, let's try and do this. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So as we can currently see, we have a few issues currently developing in our midst, such as some wars that might be coming up that we might have to take care of. But this is coming into the later future where we'll have our new Roman consuls that will be elected in Senate phase, and this will allow us to have some more and hopefully better leadership than myself, because my luck so far is not good. But we'll see. We'll see how this goes.
Very, very good. Everybody give it a clap. Yeah, that's it. That's what I like to see. Good clapping.
Put me on the spot there.
Yeah, no, that's all right. You're going to be prepared to make some speeches and stuff as we go through. Now, what I just want to check, so comments in chat, and this is why I like to have chat, is there. So Gideon asked about state unrest, and I'm just going back to my rule book just to make sure we haven't missed anything. Now, I did say that unrest changes with drought, which we don't have any, and with unprosecuted wars, which we don't have any. And I'm just checking the rule book now just to make sure that active wars themselves don't change the unrest level. I don't think they do. It's normally when they're only unprosecuted. So I'm just double checking the rules myself.
I believe that's true.
So if you've got a rule book in front of you and you'd like to support me in searching this, it's a great exercise for everybody. So we're all just checking now, and I'm doing a Control F through my PDF copy to see if the unrest level changes with the draw of, or with an active war being present. So we're about to change the unrest level here depending on the outcome of the State of the Republic, so we're going to see some effects anyway. Drought effects, unprosecuted wars. So each of the following conditions, unprosecuted. So I'm reading 1.08.11, so 1.08.1 under population phase. No, that seems to be it. I think we're okay. So it's not for active wars. I'm not reading anything to do with active wars, so I'm happy with that. So it's just for unprosecuted and droughts. But that's good. I'm pleased. Sardi167 or Gideon is asking those questions. That's great. He's asked the question, does it not contribute to unrest of chariot teams cheat to win? Look, they can sponsor games, which can reduce the unrest level. So, right, there is a prompter there, and they've been through that step. Unfortunately, none of them, they're all too skimpy to pay for any games at this point. So we might see some games next turn, Sardi167. So fingers crossed for those. I love a great chariot race. So hopefully we see
I've always
some
preferred
games
the more of the blood sports. To my own life.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, hang on. No, there's some historical references that I'm not getting. You might have to inform us, Sardi. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and roll that 3d6 and let's see how awesome we did. So I'm going to go back to the table.
Nice.
He gets 14.
No change.
How's my counting?
Nice.
No change. Wow. I tell you what, out of nearly all the games I've played, that is one of the first best initial income, best State of the Republic rolls I've seen from a group. Normally there's some sort of unrest level change.
Keep my job.
You keep well,
No, you can't.
Well, it's called indifference, right? I don't know whether that's something to gloat about. The population of Rome was like, meh, whatever. They're disinterested in politics. But no riots is a good riot in my opinion. Unless I start writing about having to wear face masks or something, we'll see. We'll see what our population feels. Okay, so we are now right and truly in the depths of the Senate phase. For Poached Trout, who's just asked the question, yes, we are playing early. We're playing the Grand Campaign, or at least at this stage we are, hoping to play through all the campaign eras, early, middle, and late, and we've got the bonus Civil War deck at the end as well, assuming the players want to continue to play that far ahead. So as we near the end of each era, I'll pose the questions to our senators to see if they're still interested in playing, and if not, we'll sneak the end of era card in the last 6 cards to determine when the game may finish. So perhaps they will hold a vote on that or talk amongst themselves as to the duration of this game. Who knows? One of them's probably going, this is taking so long. Why am I here? I've got things to do. I've got to do the dishwasher. Who knows? I've got to remember, before we go tonight, I've got to put the bins out. Okay, it's bin night. So don't let me forget.
And your green bin.
Okay. All right. So we are right. As I said, we're well and truly in the Senate phase now. Now, what we need to do, I have the presiding magistrate chair's plaque sitting in the forum phase. I'm going to drag that up. So if you're all looking at the House of Incognita's play area at the top right, I'd like you, when you receive one, if you receive one of these placards on wood, to pop them at the bottom there, and that will show everybody at quick glance who's got what sort of major office or presiding magistrate. So that shows, one, the House of Incognita has both the Rome Consul and that they are currently the presiding magistrate for the Senate. So they are the boss. So what I would like to recap at this stage before we start talking about proposals is, remember, the presiding magistrate has full reign here. Now, don't get me wrong, everybody is allowed to talk, everybody is allowed to discuss, everybody is allowed to throw suggestions and ideas, but a bit like, a conventional parliament, they hold the gavel, right? The presiding magistrate holds the gavel and they control the flow of events. Now, I've often seen a lot of presiding magistrates quite passive, and they'll go, hey, tell me your ideas, what sounds good, and then they probably will form their proposal, and then they will call for votes. Now, only the presiding magistrate can create proposals, so you as another player could potentially suggest one, but proposals physically are only voted on based on what comes out of the presiding magistrate's mouth. And when the presiding magistrate calls for votes, that is essentially the end of discussion. So if you're in a heated argument about how many legions you should raise or disband or something like that, and you're in complete disagreement about the proposal that's going to come out, right? The moment that the presiding magistrate calls for votes, he'll reiterate the proposal so it's clear, and he'll call for votes. If you still continue to talk over the presiding magistrate after he's called for votes, you are assumed to have abstained and you do not get to vote. Now, that could potentially be negative because you can't abstain on land bills. That means you'll be automatically voting against a land bill, and then you'll cop the negative influence and popularity accordingly. So, right, presiding magistrate holds control, all right? So, recapping, they're the only one that can make proposals, and as soon as they call for votes, that's it. That's happening, and you shouldn't talk over him, okay? So, Sardi wants you guys to raise 3 legions and go to Elysia. And apparently the plebs want the Gallic slaves. So just bear that in mind. That's what the population wants. We like to keep our customers happy.
Just a point of order.
Yeah.
If the presiding magistrate's proposals are voted down, what's the consequence again?
Yeah, I'm pleased you brought that up, and it's worthy of note. So, if a proposal is unanimously defeated, and by unanimous I mean everybody's faction except his own votes against it, the presiding magistrate now has to make a choice. He can either choose to step down and pass on the presiding magistrate to the next highest ranking available officer, or they could take a hit of -1 influence to that senator and continue on as presiding magistrate. Okay? You don't often see unanimous defeats of proposals, but they do occur. Okay? So, right, the caveat there is if every other faction votes against it except their own faction, who of course is going to vote for it, and their votes certainly do count. So that's worth noting as well. And great, a well placed question there. Thank you for that question.
Just to follow up. So, and if it's not unanimous, what's the situation then?
So 2 choices for the presiding magistrate: 1, they step down, or they keep the presiding magistrate role and take a hit of one influence from their total.
Sorry, I might be confused. I thought that was the case if it's unanimously voted down.
Oh, sorry, if it's unanimously voted upon. Positively?
No, so if it's voted down but not unanimously. So if there's a split vote.
If you don't get the majority of votes, the proposal is defeated as it currently stands. There's no consequences for the presiding magistrate in that case. And all that means is you can't propose that exact same proposal again in that form this turn.
All right,
so if you defeat a proposal to raise 4 legions and that gets defeated, you could make another proposal for 3 or 5 legions. That's perfectly acceptable. It just can't be 4 if it gets defeated. All right.
Thank you.
Same as if you choose to have a particular set of consoles, for example, and that's obviously the next proposal that's going to come up. If that gets defeated, then it can't be those same 2 consoles again. Now, one of those consoles could be in a new proposal. That's fine, just not those same 2 in that same combination. So you do have to change the proposal from its core to be able to have a new proposal, essentially. Good questions. Great questions. Well timed. Any other questions from our senators before I hand over to the Rome console?
Nope.
No? Great. Sounds good. Okay, so the proceedings now goes over to the presiding magistrate. Floor is over to you. You're holding the Fuscus, the Imperium. Hold the discussions as you wish, noting that, and everybody following the cheat sheet and at home, he's likely, and he will be, this is no magic 8-balling here, but he will eventually put a proposal for 2 candidates to be elected consul, and then he will eventually call for votes and et cetera, as we've been talking about. Okay? Over to you, Flaminius and Quintus Octavius. Your floor.
All right. So before we get started, does anyone have any information they would like to spread that would be of use to the Senate?
Yes, I would like to seek Pontifex Maximus election. So I just would like to let everyone know that I'm a very holy man. So I would be a good addition. So just going forward, keep that in mind.
All right. Thank you, numerous relics. Anyone else have any additions they would like to add?
Quintus,
Yeah, I'd like-
oh, sorry. Please go on.
That's up for the presiding magistrate to decide.
I could have some fun with this. Marcus, please continue.
Thank you very much, Quintus Octavius. I think at this stage, I would like to put forward the proposal as a suggestion for the
Good. I'm glad you put that on there. I was
magistrate.
about to rouse on you. That's good.
That Cornelius be taken as a proposal for one of the 2 consuls for your consideration. And I would also like to take this time while I'm speaking to the floor to congratulate you on your most recent speech to the entire population. They were very nonchalant. But no, very well spoken. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Don't remember what the middle part is. Lucius or Lucas?
Yes, I'd like to follow on from what Marcus Decimus was saying, and I'd like to put forward for consideration Sulpicius, should probably pronounce his name correctly, Sulpicius as another consul. He's very keen on making sure Rome stays strong and prosecutes wars early, and keeping our first year of our new republic in a position where it's not going to get overwhelmed with military might from the heathens.
I just wanted to throw in a point of interest here. Sardi167 asks, is this the Australian Parliament or the Roman Senate? And at this point, I can't tell. Sorry, back to the presiding magistrate. My apologies.
Yeah, that's a good joke.
So could I just get a recap of who's proposing whom or suggesting whom?
That would be, we have Marcus Decimus suggesting Cornelius, and we have Lucius Julius suggesting, I believe it was Sculptius, or
Sulpicius.
Sulpicius.
So C's are pronounced as K's in Latin.
Good times.
Yeah, there you go. Trivia number 3 for the day.
So, and there was a third one, wasn't there?
I mentioned the Pontifex Maximus, but
Yes.
I have no designs for console, guys. So,
You've got an agenda. I like it.
not a materialist, guys. Idealist.
He wants to make some priests.
Yes.
So now I might be new to this game, but I can smell when the fix is in. And I can see that there's been some discussion behind the scenes to put together a group ticket, I would think, on the most powerful positions.
Well, guys, you all get to vote, so...
Yeah, you get to choose the outcome of this situation here.
Well, it hasn't been proposed
Granted,
yet,
someone
so,
does have a few more votes than the others, but
So,
if no one has any further suggestions, I'd like to take forth with our proposal.
are there
one
any
last
other
thing is-
offices that need to be filled?
Right now, the only officers that can be considered and put up for proposal are the candidates for consul. That is a mandatory proposal that must happen first and at this point in time.
I see.
Numerous Aurelius.
Oh, no, it's all right. Don't worry.
Poached Trout just asked a great question. So he was going to ask about the C pronounced as K thing. So seriously, does that mean the censor is in fact pronounced like Kensa? And the answer there is actually yes, that is correct. And I've actually been saying it wrong, really. Well, it's not wrong from an English perspective, but before I started like dabbling in learning Latin, it never occurred to me that in fact censor is actually Kensa or cancer. Yeah. As the pronunciation of Sadi has offered there. So I'll accept anything from you guys. You can be censor or Kensa, whatever rolls off your tongue naturally there. And Cicero for Cicero. Caesar is Kaiser. So they're all some ones that are fascinating to learn when you start learning Latin. Yeah, that's great, Poached Trout. Cato, with a K sound. This is great. Yeah, so we're all look at us learning Latin. Holy dooly. Anyway, back to board games. Now, as all the senators will recall, one of my caveats was that I wanted minutes to be kept of every proposal. So in our respective back-end Facebook group, you'll be able to look back on all historical proposals. For the time being, for this first turn, and at least until you get to the business end of this Senate, I'm going to be writing those proposals down. So the presiding magistrate, I'd always want you to just be looking to your secretary or your scriber, if you eventually appoint one, just to make sure that they're noting down who is offering the proposal and what that proposal is before you start dramatically going and calling for votes, just to make sure it's clear and on the books correctly. You were about to announce your proposal anyway, and I'm just going to start scribbling that down on a page here.
All right. For my proposal, after some consideration and deep thought, I would like to propose that we have Sculpicius. That's correct pronunciation, I believe.
Yeah, happy with that.
Sculpicius, and would you pronounce his C-A-K?
Yep.
So it would be then Cornelius. Doesn't really change.
All right, so we had Sulpicius, ID number 15, and Cornelius number 1. I'm just writing down those.
And I would like to choose these forward because one of them would be able to push forward for war.
I don't think is it up to them to decide between them, or
it's up to them to decide between who chooses field or primary Rome consul. But overall, we do get to vote if they do pass or not.
Right. Yes. You brought up a good point there. So the consuls, the consul elects the candidates themselves. If they're successfully voted in, they will get to choose amongst themselves who will be Rome consul and who will be field consul. As a Senate, normally you'd have a good idea, and I'm pretty sure the previous HRAO has made some sort of point that, look, these candidates are good, one, because this guy is probably going to be a good field consul because of this number or this factor or whatever, and this guy is probably going to be a good Rome consul because of X, Y, Z. You can. It's not a sure thing, and you can, but in the same sense, you kind of have an idea who's going to be what anyway. Just know that it's the consuls that pick who's who, not the proposal. Good.
So before we take this forward to a vote, and noting that the fix is in and that there's enough votes for that to pass, could we at least have a pretend show of democracy in this sham of a democracy that we have? Can we at least hear from the two proposed consuls?
I reject your premise.
What democracy? This is a republic.
Put forward why they think they would be valuable in the roles that they've been proposed for.
As a facilitator and peanut gallery person here, I very much like that idea that the consul elects themselves should give campaign speeches at the whim of the presiding magistrate, of course.
I like this idea too.
Quintus Octavius, may I go first then?
Yes, you shall.
All right. Thank you very much. Fellow senators of Rome, we can clearly see on the upcoming year of our great republic, we have certainly two possible wars we could be prosecuting. It's certainly very important that in this next year of combat, we send a senator with a strong tradition and history of studying the military arts. Cornelius in this state is near peerless among his fellow senators within his military strength, or at least among the best that Rome has to offer at this stage. Certainly, he particularly would be a strong contender for the position of field censor.
Console.
Sorry, correction.
Point of order.
Thank
Carry
you.
on.
As that would be the position that would be the first sent to war. So it's important that Rome, in our early stages, put forward such a strong hand. I yield my time.
I like that a lot. That's great. I just wanted to put it out there as well as another point of interest that the presiding magistrate can sort of facilitate his own sort of rules in the Senate, right? And he can decide how he is addressed. So if he wants to be called chairperson, if he wants to be called Mr. Speaker, if he wants to be called Speaker the Honourable, within reason, he gets to pick how he's addressed, and anybody else who doesn't follow that is in contempt of the Senate. But I'll leave that up to the presiding magistrate. Sorry, carry on. I just wanted to throw that in there.
Well, I like this as the presiding magistrate right now. Someone in the population said that changing one of the things for such as censor would be cancer. So I would like to be called Cancer.
Yes, cancer.
Well, you're not a censor or a cancer yet. You will be. Right now, you're a Rome
I just
console.
like the name though. But,
that is good. I mean, if you're looking for titles, certainly console is sort of more than adequate. In fact, I think that's probably the best for this setting is to be addressed console.
We'll go with console for now.
Yeah.
So can we hear from Scott Piccius as well?
Yes, we can.
Yes, thank you for your time, Senators. Scott Piccius has not yet proven himself, but he's put his hand up. He wants to be able to stand up there within the Senate. He has a very good teacher in Cato the Elder, and Cato has been giving him a lot of advice on what it means to be a strong Roman senator. Working with Cornelius, we believe that Rome has to make a strong start with the issues with the Carthagins down in Sicily. We need to rescue that area before we become overwhelmed, and it won't take long before those Carthagins are on Italian soil. So we believe that a strong Rome is a Rome that is pressing for war early and not allowing anything to build up, that we end up having to scrap and fight and beg for money. So a united front from all of us at the start to close out those wars and earn ourselves some gold.
Sounds like fun. Let's call for vote.
All right. Presiding magistrate has now called for vote at this point in time. So essentially the proposal on the floor is as it is, and anything else is essentially going to be ignored. Right, so now the presiding magistrate gets to call for votes from factions in any order he or she chooses. Noting a point I'd like to point out is usually the senators in your faction will vote as a block, and so normally you'll just give the one figure. For example, the House of Julii would say, yes, I vote, and I'd like this to be as formal as possible. We, the House of Julii, vote 14 factions, 14 votes in favour of the proposal, or to any sort of variation of that. And that will also allow the scriber to annotate correctly on their minutes the votes coming through. What's worthy of noting here is not all of your senators have to vote the same way. If you want to split your vote, if you want to have 13 votes for and 1 vote against, if you want to abstain half and vote for on the other half, that's perfectly acceptable. All your senators don't have to agree. It's unusual if they don't, but you might have reasons you want to do that. So your votes can go for, against, or abstain in any combination up to and including your total as you see fit as the facilitator of your faction. Okay? All right, back over to the presiding magistrate.
I would like to first ask Fortuna's Despair what your votes are.
Fortuna's Despair will vote 7 votes in favour of the motion.
Okay, I'm good. You don't have to wait for me. That's good.
All right. Aditi, what would your votes be?
That's for you, Marco Wedia.
Sorry.
Hang on, we haven't got your volume. Let me just make sure you're not on mute. Oh, you're muted there. So try again. Now talk.
How many votes do I have in total?
You currently have a total of 9 faction votes you get to play with.
Okay, so I'm going to be voting for.
Okay, so you're going to be voting 9 votes in favour of the proposal. Yep, very good.
Pre-Byzantium.
7 votes in favour of the proposal.
House of Julii.
The House of Julii puts its 14 votes for the proposal.
Injustia Murder.
Injustia Murta puts the 8 faction votes for the proposal. Thank you very much.
And I personally put my measly 6 votes towards the proposal.
All right.
The United Rome.
With the United Rome. And so with when you have an appointed scribe, assuming it's not from the same faction as the presiding magistrate, normally the presiding magistrate would then turn to the scribe and go, "Scribe, please formally read out the results of the proposal." So if you'd like to do that, we'll go through that process.
Scribe, please read out the results of our proposal.
Certainly. Currently tallying, I can say that under the current proposal for the 2 candidates being elected into the consular positions, we have 0 votes abstained, 0 votes against, 51 votes for, which is a total and absolute majority. The proposal is now passed. Presiding magistrate and consul. Right. So now, ladies and gents, we have our 2 new consular elects. And as at this point in time, we're going to take a little break. So here's some things to think about before you step away and refresh your beverage or duck off to the loo or whatever, go pat the dog or something. I'd like the Rome and the field consul just to have a conversation, whether that's over Messenger or in private chat or on text message, or you can do it out loud. There's certainly no problem with that. Sometimes you may want that conversation to be private, but I think it's pretty obvious here. Just confirm between each other that you are both happy who's Rome consul, who's field consul. My requirement for these sessions is that when we come back from the break, I'd like the field consul to essentially come out and formally introduce the Rome consul, being the senator who was actually physically elected. Okay, so come out and go, Patri conscriptis, or you could just say senators, if you want to use English. I'd like to formally pronounce the Rome consul for the next year, that is Junius, or whoever it might be, okay? And so that's something I'd like to do, just to formally give some honour towards the Rome consul, who will then take over the presiding magistrate role and run his senate from there, okay? And everybody else can be taking a break. This break period is also for our new Rome consul to start thinking about his proposals for this coming Senate session. Okay, so big things on the ticket. One is Pontifex Maximus elections. We've already heard some talk about that already. Then it's probably a good idea for the presiding magistrate to check whether the preconditions are met for dictator. If that's the case, the consuls between themselves can determine whether a dictator is going to be appointed, and we can certainly go through and check those caveats. After that, there needs to be some elections for censor or censa, and that's going to be automatic. There is only one eligible candidate, and we'll explain that why when we get to that point. At that point, when the censor is known, we will then hand over the presiding magistrate chair to the censor, who then gets to run proceedings for a brief period of time where we talk about prosecutions, and we'll see what the censor has to say at that point. Then it'll go back to the Rome consul, the highest ranking available officer, and then, because there are no governorships to talk about or governorship appointments, it's really, the show is over to that consul, and they get to decide whatever proposal they want to put forward at that point. So that could be anything. That could be concession bills, land bills, removal of Pontifex Maximus, recruitment, disbandment of legions. It's all there on the cheat sheet. It's not exhaustive, but obviously big things you want to think about is the coming year, prosecuting wars, that's usually the big one, raising forces, who's going to be the commander, how many forces are you sending, etc., etc. Okay. Of course, there's other proposals that you can put in there, like votes for censure, gratitude, reprimand, voting on standards of dress. Things that match the living history and the role playing, but otherwise don't have an amenable effect on the game. So they're also very welcome proposals I'd like to hear from consoles as well. Okay, right. So at this point in time, for the streamers at home, we're going to go have a bit of a break. You might see some ads. Please stick around if you can, because we generate revenue by you watching the ads. It's a little bit boring, but who knows? There might be a new game you'll see on there that you want to play at some point in the future. So we'll be back in about 5 minutes' time. You'll see us come back to this screen, and then we'll see what our new consoles are up to, and then we'll kick off again from there. So everybody watching, don't go away. See you again in 5. Okay, welcome back, everybody, to the Roman Twitch channel, brought to you by Nova Roma. I'm Decimus Aurelius Ingeniarius. Thanks for sticking around after our break there. We just had to make sure we give our senators a leg stretch, allow them to refill their posca, for those that are drinking the traditional beverages, or for those like myself, enjoying a nice hot cup of tea in my Yeti mug. That wasn't a placement, although Yeti, if you're out there, I'm happy to do a sponsorship deal. Anyway, yes, we are back. So for those that are only just joining us or who are looking for a bit of a recap, we've just seen the Senate elect a brand new, fresh set of console candidates, and they've gone away over the break to discuss amongst themselves who's going to be the Rome console and who is going to be the field console. And very shortly, we're going to have the field console step out, address the Senate body, and then he or she will introduce the new Rome console, who will then take up his special seat in the Senate as the presiding magistrate, who will then take over proceedings. There'll be some administration to do with moving some tokens around and updating influence, and we'll get there in just a moment. I can see a head check across the screen. For all my senators, give me a thumbs up on video just to make sure that I can see you and all the senators there. Yeah, great. Everyone is back. Okay, so now that we've got our new consoles, let's do the administrative part first to make sure everybody gets their just tokens and just desserts. So first of all, if we could have the old Rome console, Flaminius, if you could please kindly pass your Rome console purple marker to the new Rome console, if you'd like to physically drag it to his location, or just into his faction area, and I'm sure his faction facilitator can pop it on. And you'll also need to drag both of your purple wooden plaques in your faction area to that area as well, please. Formally handing over the Fuscus to the newly elected Rome console, which we don't know who that is yet, so maybe we need to take one step at a time. So, if the field console, could you step forwards and do the introductions, please?
Certainly. Thank you, everyone, for coming and hearing the results of the discussion of the two consoles elects. Cornelius would like to present Sulpicius as the new Rome console. He is a man of great standing, which I know personally well. We have had a great discussion over our small break, and he is a man of most wise and strength to lead Rome into the preceding future. Thank you very much.
Great. I'm motivated. Welcoming Sulpicius. Okay, so now the old Rome console, if you could kindly make sure the new Rome console gets all his wares and his chair. A job for Lucius Julius. If you'd like to now add 5 influence to Sulpicius, so for a total of 7. So grab yourself a number 7 grey marker from either the left or the right-hand side and drag that into Sulpicius's influence box. And right, the field console, you know who you are, Marcus Decimus. If you'd like to grab your field console marker from down the bottom and then update your influence accordingly, you're an old hand at this. You know how the ship runs. Right, so both the Roman field console, for those new players, are now getting their influence for gaining those offices. And remember, you keep that influence when you finish and conclude that office. So Flaminius gets to retain that influence he earned as Rome console. So if you haven't already, Flaminius, make sure you keep that influence on there. Do we actually add your influence initially anyway?
Oh, yeah, we did. I just took it off.
Yeah, make sure you leave that on there. So the only one that loses their influence is the Pontifex Maximus if he gets stripped of office. Okay, that's the only office that loses influence when they, get separated from that office by force. Yeah, Poach Trout loves the field console introducing the Rome console introductions. He's a big fan of that. Good to see Decimus Claudius joining us. He asked how long the break was for. Thankfully, we're back. Thanks for sticking around, Decimus Claudius. In fact, he's probably going to be one of our future streamers. I'm looking forward to Decimus Claudius's streams. He's going to be reviewing all sorts of different Roman-themed books. That'll be a very interesting stream. So he's based in Provincia Germania, and that will be streaming at some times. Probably more manageable for Europe, although that should still be a good time zone for parts of Australia as well in our evening. So that should be in the near future. I look forward to his streams coming up. Okay, so now we have a Roman field console. We've seen the wooden plaques put over into the House of Julii, and now Sulpicius steps up into the centre of the Senate Forum as presiding magistrate, and the floor is now yours. Take it away, Lucius Julius.
Well, thank you, Senators of Rome. It's a great honor to be standing here in front of you today. The House of Julii is a proud faction, and it will honor everything that it said it will do, and hopes to serve Rome and its senators and the plebs in the way that you're all expecting us to do. We have a number of proposals to get through today, and we have some war discussions to have. But before we get to the ugly side of business with war, I'd like to start putting some proposals up based on some of electing some new offices. The first one would be an election of a Pontifex Maximus. Numerous Aurelius Ingeniarius has obviously for quite some time been putting his hand up there for leading us into to God of Mars. I just want to open the floor to see if there's anybody else has any recommendations before we put this forward. Nope. Okay, and
God has chosen me.
Who has God chosen within your faction there?
That will be Junius. He's the oldest and most wise.
Junius.
Okay.
Okay, so just go over here. Okay. So for the first order of the day, I, the presiding magistrate, would hereby like to put forward Junius for the role of Pontifex Maximus. From
Consul, can I just have his ID number?
It's 10.
From the pre-Byzantium faction.
Thank you.
And we will start with, probably need to, let me get the name of these factions. We'll have we'll start with the pre-Byzantium faction for your votes, please.
That would be 7 votes for.
Okay. Erudite faction. Marcoedia.
I have 9 votes to give, and that's.
What would you like to do with them? Or was that a vote for, was it?
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, just clarifying. Thank you.
The House of Incognita.
I have my 6 votes for.
I probably should write these factions down, it'd be easier. Justitia Merita.
Justitia Merita puts forward 8 votes for the proposal. Thank you.
Fortuna's Despair.
We can't hear him. Let me just double check he's not muted in the other chat. No, we can't hear Tiberius Cornelius for some reason. Can he hear us? Tiberius Cornelius, can you wave at us to make sure we can hear you? Tiberius Cornelius? Testing 1, 2, 3. We can't hear him. We've lost his audio. Let's just double check. Fortuna's. Somebody just get him in chat. Tiberius Cornelius, Fortuna's Despair. Can you hear us? Over. We can't hear you. For some reason, we've lost your volume. I'm not sure what's happened there. Are you on mute somewhere on your phone? I don't think he can hear us. So what if I say James, can you hear us? We can't hear you for some reason.
I saw.
Now he's unmute. Try again.
Refresh.
Try talking for us. For some reason, we've lost your audio. Yeah, somebody just get him in the Roll20 chat. Just it doesn't have to be a whisper. Just make it public. He's typing. Here we go. People are typing. That's funny. He was working before. I wonder what happened there. Cue elevator music. The only person I can hear is Lucius.
Ah,
Oh.
That's most unusual. Let me just double check. There's no funny business happening in the chat.
that's my new way. I'm just going to have people talking individually.
Yeah. If somebody just wants to ask him what his votes are, or if you just want to type in chat, have him rejoin.
Tiberius Cornelius, we can't hear you. What is your votes for the
That's it.
Pontifex Maximus? You want to put it in your chat?
He will abstain
Okay.
all votes. How many votes is he abstaining with?
How many votes are you abstaining with?
I'm assuming it's all 7.
All 7.
Perfect. Very good. All right, thank you. Carry on. If somebody wants to let him know just to rejoin on our OBS Ninja, and maybe that'll fix the technical difficulties.
He also said I'm doing a fantastic job, and he's glad I'm Roman Consul.
But yes, if somebody wants to, maybe you, presiding magistrate, because you can hear you, if you just want to tell him to rejoin on the OBS Ninja, maybe that might fix all the issues.
Do you want to try rejoining on the OBS Ninja? It might fix your audio issues.
Yes, well, that's the yeah. Will be the custom of the house of Julian Silence is critics. Yeah. Right, so we're waiting for Fortuna's despair to try the reconnection. Right, is there any other factions to vote?
The House of Julii will vote 14 in favour.
Okay.
That should be everybody, is it? I believe, yep.
It'll be so.
I think that's everybody.
Would you like to refer to the Scriber?
Could you please read the results of the vote?
Certainly, presiding magistrate, I'm pleased to announce the final results. Abstaining, 7 votes, against 0 votes, for 44 votes.
Yep.
The proposal is passed in the majority. Pontifex Maximus now goes to Junius
I can't hear
ID number 2.
anybody else, and if anybody else is speaking.
Okay, so I can hear Tiberius Cornelius now, but he can't hear anybody else.
I can hear Tiberius as well.
Oh,
I
okay.
can hear him.
Okay,
Let me just
We
double
can all-
check. We can
But
all
you-
hear him, can we? Now I can. There we go.
but he can't hear you. He can only hear me.
That's all right. You're presiding magistrate.
Yes.
If we can get some other people to talk, Tiberius Cornelius, can you just say another hello for us?
So I just
There we go.
so you know, I earlier when Decimus was speaking to you, I thought he was speaking to you in private, so I couldn't hear him, but I didn't think that was a problem. But now I'm concerned I might have missed something important when he was speaking earlier.
Let's see. What did we talk about? A quick recap. I was just reintroducing the stream a little bit in part, and I think that was it. I don't think there's anything major. But everybody can hear Tiberius Cornelius again. Is that correct?
Correct.
Great.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah. Look, if you see a lot of people with their mouths moving and nothing's coming out, assume that's a problem, and then let us know in chat so we can fix it. And look, it appears that a rejoin has fixed that technical difficulty there. So we're very pleased to have you back, Tiberius Cornelius. It just wasn't the same without you. Yeah, glad you're back in the ruckus there. Right, I'll check. Poach Trout was saying maybe have him join the Roll20 game. Yeah, no. So for you, Poach Trout, unlike last year where we were using Roll20's video and audio feature, this year we're using OBS Ninja. I found it to be a little bit cleaner technically, particularly for people that hadn't interacted with that technology before. I'd assume my senators are finding it relatively painless so far, pending recent problems aside. Okay, so now let's go over to Junius. Nemurius Aurelius, if you'd like to grab yourself the Pontifex Maximus token there, and please assign yourself the appropriate influence as well, adding that to the 3 that Junius already has. And we'll just give him a moment to do that. So I think it's 5, another 5 influence for Junius, who's taking up the Pontifex Maximus. I'm going to take a sip of tea. If you're watching from home, I welcome you to do the same. I mean, Posca. What's that terrible vinegar wine stuff that they drink. Right. For those that are interested, my tunic and toga are made by a small company and a lady out in East Victoria. So if you're interested in acquiring your own tunic and toga that looks like mine, get in touch with me afterwards by whatever means you like, and I can get you in contact with them for a really great rate. I think it cost me about a little over $200 Australian, I think. Made from local fabrics, so they're a little bit lighter, better for the Australian warmer climates down here in Provincia, Australia of the Roman Republic. So, Numerius Aurelius, do you recall all the perks of the Pontifex Maximus? And if so, if you'd like to share with all the Senate what those perks are for everybody's benefit.
I don't recall.
Great. All right. So, who's been reading the rules on Pontifex Maximus and would like to have a go at reciting all the benefits of the Pontifex Maximus?
Sure. If I recall correctly, the Pontifex Maximus gets a double vote when discussing matters of war, and he has the ability to hand out priesthoods to fellow senators.
Hey.
Good. That's right. So, right, on any matters concerning sending or returning commanders or sending forces to war, he gets to double his personal votes. So let's not confuse that. It's not faction votes. It's doubling his personal votes. Now,
Is
Junius
actually
is...
happening at the moment?
Sorry? What was that question?
Are you cut out again?
We lost him again. If somebody... yeah. Can you hear me? Can he hear me?
Can you hear?
Can you hear Decimus Aurelius?
I can only hear you. That's the only person I can hear. I've got no
Okay, he can only hear me still.
Oh, right. So something's happened with his connection again. Let's just double check. He's not... Like, I can hear Tiberius Cornelius.
They all can hear you, Tiberius Cornelius.
Oh, well, aren't they lucky?
Again, I request that he rejoins... he rejoins the session again.
Maybe log out of OBS Ninja and log back in.
Completely close.
I'll try it again.
Yeah, close the tab again and come back in.
Yeah.
That's painful when you can't hear what's going on. So now Junius's personal votes, while we wait for him to come back, Junius's personal votes is the sum of his knights plus oratory. Right now that's only 2. So he'll get an additional 2 votes on top of his 7 faction votes when his faction votes on those measures. So he'll get a total of 9 votes on sending and receiving commanders and forces to and from wars. Now, the specifics are in the rulebook, where if you look under the advanced rules section for Pontifex Maximus, perhaps if somebody's quick and wants to look that up, we can read that physically word for word. In fact, I may even have it on the cheat sheet. Let's have a look. I don't think
Pontifex Maximus should be under 2.01.1.
There you go. And what does that say? Say there, Marcus Decimus. Do you want to read the part about that additional votes for the Pontifex Maximus?
Let's have a look. Priesthoods. Pontius Maximus battle influence. The Pontius Maximus doubles his personal votes, including those of his knights, but not his bribes, when voting on any proposals that would send forces against a war, change/retain their commander. This does not include proposals that only contain the deployment of garrisons or governors.
All right. And Tiberius Cornelius, did you hear all that?
I heard the last bit. Yeah, the system's working again. That's the only thing I've heard since we resumed.
Could anybody else hear him then? Hands up.
Yep.
All right. So some of you can hear him. All right. So we're just going to have to translate through him. So long as he can hear me. If you give me a thumbs up, Tiberius Cornelius, that you can hear me, thumbs up. Great. All right. So long as you can hear me, that's good. If you just want to either use chat or relay your messages through the others, we'll have to make that do. That's a bummer. We can do some more road tests during the course of the week and see what's going on there. Right. So the Pontifex Maximus gets additional what we call battle votes. And he also gets to assign and retract priesthoods at his whim, 1 per turn. And as we're seeing, apparently he's selling them for 10 talents apiece.
And he also gets to dip into the collection dish every week, doesn't he?
Yeah, he could set up a collection dish, yes. Now, the other big one that he's going to really enjoy is that the Pontifex Maximus gets 1 free veto each turn as well to be used in the Senate phase. 1 free veto as well, okay? So that does not require him to use a veto card. He can just simply state, Hereby, as Pontifex Maximus, I veto the current proposal on the floor, and that nullifies that current proposal. So that is the other additional benefit that the Pontifex Maximus gets to use. Okay.
Who was elected?
Any other questions on the Pontifex Maximus? Now, the Pontifex Maximus... Sorry, go on.
Who
I was
was
say,
elected?
doesn't he also get to roll a d6 and get extra gold every turn?
Yes, good one. Sorry, Tiberius Cornelius, can you just talk again? I think I just unmuted a button in my chat here.
Yeah, I said.
Yeah, you got him.
Who was elected?
Junius, 10 was elected.
Right.
You voted on it. Surely you knew who was up for a proposal, didn't you?
No, I abstained because I didn't know what was going on.
That's right. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. True. Yeah, no, look, if there's any technical difficulties, just ask in chat. We can fill people in. Now, the other thing I wanted to bring in is, besides the additional 1d6 talents he gets to earn, it's worth noting that the Pontifex Maximus position is for life. Okay, so he'll keep that forever unless there are some events that strip him of that. Sometimes there are events that could strip the Pontifex Maximus of that position. In other cases, the Senate may agree that he's had enough time as Pontifex Maximus and they could strip him of the vote of the office, but that requires 2/3 majority. So it requires a lot of additional votes for him to be stripped of his office. But otherwise, it's permanent.
And
Okay.
God will strike you down for.
And the gods will strike you down. That's right. Okay.
Assassination.
That's that proposal done. That's the explanations done. Over back to the presiding magistrate again.
Right. That's right. Okay, that is good. We now have the gods on our side, so this war should go very nicely. I'm very confident. Okay, the next point of order is going to be the appointing of a quaestor.
So let's hold up there. So we've skipped a few steps. Let's and just for the benefits of education, let's step through even some of the ones that may not be applicable. The first not applicable one is number 3. Yeah. So let's talk about the dictator. Now, who can tell me the conditions that allow us to have a dictator?
3 active wars or a strength of 20 on 1.
Correct. And the strength of 20 includes both land and fleet strength combined. Now, do we have either 3 active wars or a war with a combined land and fleet strength of 20?
Yes, but the naval victory negates it.
Correct. Right. So if the victory was not there on the First Punic War, you could appoint a dictator. But because there's already a naval victory marker there, it nullifies the fleet strength. Therefore, there is no conditions that makes you eligible to appoint a dictator. So a dictator cannot be appointed at this time. Okay? So that's 3. Let's move on to 4. At this point in time, elections must be conducted for censor or censer. So so this is where the presiding magistrate will talk about that. However, there's an interesting point here. First of all, what we need to do is identify. So I'm going to talk this through here. It's going to be automatic, right? There is only one eligible candidate. Who can tell me who that eligible candidate is?
Let's vote, guys.
Previous Roman consul.
Correct. The previous Rome consul is the only eligible senator for censor. It's essentially anybody that has the green prior consul marker. So every time you finish a bout as a consul or dictator, make sure you grab yourself a green prior consul marker, and that shows that you are eligible for censor. Now, you will keep that forever unless you get prosecuted or you die. Okay? So Flaminius will always be eligible for censor, and then next turn, so will the 2 new consuls that have also just finished a bout, assuming, again, they don't die. Now, also worthy of note that censors can continue to be re-elected to the same post. So Flaminius could be elected censor several times in a row. Unlike consuls, you can't have a consul serve twice or 3 times in a row. Not yet, anyway. There are laws that can change that, but we'll see that in the future. So at this point in time, I'll let the presiding magistrate, as he currently stands, just announce the outcome of the censorial appointment. And then formally hand over proceedings to the censor for him to run the show from there.
Okay, it is with great pleasure that I announce our previous leader, Flaminius, as censor for this next term of the House of Incognito. I'd like to hand over the floor to him now for him to do his presidings. Thank you, censor.
Thank you very much.
All right, so let's do the admin stuff first. Great, I'm glad you've grabbed your censor plaque. Make sure you grab your censor purple token and increase your influence by the correct amount. We'll give you a moment to do that. I'm just making some notes in my proposal scribe a log here just to make sure that all this is above board. Very good.
Make sure I grab the right marker.
Essentially, a proposal announced by Sulpicius for Flaminius, number 13, automatic appointment to censor as the only eligible candidate. And Flaminius is just grabbing his censor marker now. Thanks to Sempronius Agricola for the redeeming of tea time. Much appreciated. Using 100 of his channel points there. Have another sip. You need some help there?
No, it's just all the way at the bottom corner.
Okay. The best way to do this is zoom in on your target token, click on it, then zoom all the way out, and then you can do it in one foul swoop, and then you can zoom back in again to adjust finally your token. Okay, now if you move to your right-hand side and grab yourself another 5 influence to add to your 8 that you had there. So you'll need to grab a 1 and a 3, really, or just a 1, and because you've already got a 3 technically underneath, so that's fine. So you'll have 13 influence there on Flaminius. You are going up in the world, lad.
Not enough votes.
And I'll just quickly move your 1 in position there. There we go. Looking swell. All right, and if you'd like to pass the presiding magistrate plaque over to the censor, please, formally, to say that he does have the chair and the floor to do his part. So if I get the Rome console, just to flip the presiding magistrate plaque across into the House of Incognita faction. Perfect.
I'll line it up for all the anal people.
Great. Well done. Okay, over to the censor. You are now presiding magistrate to run your business.
All right. So, as a censor, or cancer, prosecutions. My favorite.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So let's this is probably a good point for a quick recap, if I may. So the censor has a couple of choices for those that remember the video. The censor can either choose to 1, prosecute 1 minor corruption, 2, prosecute 2 minor corruptions, 3, prosecute 1 major corruption, or 4, do nothing. Now, there's another case of a special prosecution, but we're not going to see that just yet, and not at this point in time. So they're the choices that the censor gets to make. Now, who is eligible for prosecutions is the next question. Okay? So everybody that has a concession right now will have revealed the corrupt portion of their card, so it sticks out a little bit there. Also, anybody that has a major marker. So anybody that has a major marker is eligible for either a minor or a major prosecution, but it just so happens here that Flaminius, with the only major marker, can't prosecute himself as a major prosecution or a minor prosecution. So he is not a target, right? And we will highlight here, because it is obvious, and this number will grow with each Senate, but there are only 3 other people who are eligible to be prosecuted this round. That's Julius of Erudite, that is Fabius of Pre-Byzantium, and that is Valerius of Justia Marita. Because of their concessions, drawing on those portfolios, taking additional money, they have a minor corruption. So we will not see a major corruption this round because there are no other eligible individuals that have a major marker. But at the censor's discretion, we could see 1 or 2 minor corruptions, or we could see none, depending on what's going on and how he feels on the day. So with that said, I'll now hand the floor back over to the censor to discuss his business.
Yeah, I'm just taking some thought at the moment.
And that's okay. Please, everyone else talk amongst yourselves. Adjust your token. Rabble, yeah.
Can I make a comment that if the...
You can.
I hope the censor isn't considering taking no action. That would be a flagrant violation of the trust that's placed within him. He should be seeking to drive all corruption from the Senate. And he should be doing that now.
Set a precedent.
Said the man with no candidates for corruption. Right?
That being said, I think there is a clear alternative position we should be taking as a clear combined Senate. We should be facing forwards together as a group towards the upcoming wars. And perhaps it's not applicable to do any prosecutions at this stage.
I agree with that. Some of these senators might have been collecting that income to help finance, some legions. So who's to say, really?
Well, none of us are to say that, really, are we? Because we don't know. At the moment, you're just collecting that money for yourself. And it shocks me, and as a matter of fact, that the faction with the Pontifex Maximus involved in it, that which claims to have holier than thou access to God himself, is so willing.
Which God? Should we specify which God? There is quite a few.
Faction.
All of them.
Well, isn't that the
All of
thing?
them are on my side.
If you weren't guilty, God will show you mercy when you get prosecuted.
Got the separation of church and state, guys. My senators are allowed to do what they want.
Yeah, I think
You can't prosecute them for that.
I think we shouldn't involve any kill them all, let God sort them out kind of rhetoric here.
Well, I think
Unless it comes to
we'll
the
let God
punic
sort
wars
them
or
out in
something.
the heavenly realm, but let's deal with the realm of men as we're able to.
This is good discussion. I'm loving it.
Yeah.
This is why I play this game. Well, I even just facilitate, right?
So
I love
Quintus
it.
Octavius, don't hold back. I would start with pre-Byzantinium as the first candidate. That would be my recommendation.
Really? That's a bit harsh.
Everyone's going to be nervous if Tiberius Cornelius becomes quaestor. Oh, sorry, censor.
Cue suspension music.
Dun, dun, dun.
Come on, Quintus, show some spine.
That sounds like a threat to me.
Yeah, maybe I should prosecute you.
Do you want me to mute him again?
Yeah. And this is okay. I'm happy for people to take time. I tell you what, let me run a 30-second ad break. You can have another 30 seconds. So for those non-subscribers in the chat, they're going to get a 30-second ad break while we let the censor consolidate his thoughts and let the senators, adjust their seating position. So we'll be back in 30 seconds for those not subscribed. All right. I was going to read out Poached Trout's message, but he might be watching an ad right now, so I'll wait till the ad's over. That'll earn us like 7 cents. That's great. That's 7 US cents, so that's worth a couple of bucks.
yeah, exactly.
So Sempronius Agricola has gone into chat and says, "Come on, censor, go for it." I don't know which way. I'm assuming it means prosecutions. He's like, "No, don't prosecute anyone." But Sempronius Agricola is enthusiastic about your decision.
Marcus Decimus, please read your messages.
It could
Yeah,
be,
certainly. Let's have a look.
Could be
I think
ill omens if this is gonna
Quintus,
happen.
you should be aware that if you're unwilling to use your power when you have it today, that we as a Senate may not be willing to grant you any powers in the future.
Oh, you said Marcus Decimus, right? Yeah, sorry, I thought you said, yeah.
Oh, this wouldn't
Come
be
on,
good,
pull the
guys.
trigger.
Yeah, Sempronius Agricola clarifies it's for prosecution, so the peanut gallery is calling for trials.
Let's do it.
Since we all seem to be messaging, can we make sure that everyone is keeping your eye on your chat box in Roll20?
So while the discussions and chats are happening, there's been a request from the peanut gallery just to zoom in and have a look at each faction. So I'm just going to do around the table here. So I'm looking in at Justia Marita. I'm going to zoom in a little bit here. We can see Cornelius, Valerius, and Quinticus. We know that Valerius is a potential individual up for a charge here in this current point in the Senate. Field Consul Cornelius over there, ready to go to war should that be required. Let's go across now to the House of Julii. They're sitting at quite a hefty 14 faction votes right now. And they've got 4 senators in the board: Aurelius, Fullius, Marcus Porcius, and Sulpicius. And Sulpicius being our current Rome consul and highest ranking available officer. We'll now move to the right again to Fortuna's despair under Tiberius Cornelius. We've got 3 senators, Furius, Paprius, and Cilius. And they're doing quite a good job there with 9 faction influence and Senate faction votes. We're then going to head north up to the House of Incognita, and this is their home of the censor right now, who's making some very serious deliberations, and I'm pleased he is taking it seriously and considering it thoughtfully. He was the only eligible candidate for censor who's now taken up the post and now has the lead influence for an individual senator at 13, but his overall faction only has 6 votes right now, with Emilius and Manlius supporting Flaminius there. And then we'll move to our left and look at the erudite faction under Marca Verdia with Julius, Plautius, and Aelius. Julius is also a potential that could be up for charges this round, depending on what the censor decides. And then finally, over the last faction here is Pre-Byzantium, with a total of 7 faction votes, with Fabius, Calpurnicus, and Junius. Junius being the newly elected Pontifex Maximus, and Fabius being the third other potential individual that could face charges this round. So that request came through from Poached Trout, who was looking to get a good appreciation of all of our factions as they currently stand. I'm seeing lots of chat happening here. Chats between Marca Verdia and Numerus Aurelius, Tiberius Cornelius, everybody having a chat. But I think we are about ready, so let's go back to the presiding magistrate, which is the censor. The floor over to you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have come up with a decision here.
Okay.
I am planning to prosecute Fabius.
Okay, here we go. So let's deal with that one at a time. He doesn't necessarily have to announce his other decision, and that is going to be a minor prosecution. Sorry, what was that name again?
Fabius.
Fabius number 2.
Fabius number 2 from Pre-Byzantium, and I'm going to go zoom in on Fabius here for everybody at home. We're going to have a zoom in here. And so he is corrupt from taking his Sicilian grain concession during the revenue phase. For those with cheat sheets, you should flip those over and you can look at the prosecution's equation there. And we're going to step through a couple of steps here to make sure this prosecution goes ahead to the letter of the law. And for those in the chat and those with experience, perhaps like Sempronius Agricola, you can make sure that we're doing all the right things. First and foremost, to the censor. The censor now needs to either find or appoint a willing prosecutor, noting that a prosecutor stands to benefit should the prosecution be successful, or stands to be penalised a little bit should the prosecution fail. So, censor, who will be our prosecutor for this trial, or do you need time to search for one?
Give me about 30 seconds.
Yeah, that's not a problem. Of course, this is an opportunity for other players. If you're willing to be a prosecutor, now's a good time to put your hand up. I'm particularly looking at Tiberius Cornelius as a very outspoken individual who may want to be a prosecutor.
So I may want to be. What are the chief attributes of a prosecutor?
Yeah, sure. So as a prosecutor, there's a couple of things. One, I expect you to give a speech as the prosecution as to why the target senator should be prosecuted, why they should be found guilty. So that's pretty easy. If you don't mind the little bit of public speaking there in the forum. The other thing is, if the prosecution is successful, then you stand to gain half of the influence lost by the accused. You stand to gain any prior console marker they have, and I think you may even. I think that's it in this case. So you could potentially earn. I think it's rounded up. We'll confirm that. Potentially earn 3 influence if Fabius is found guilty. He doesn't have any prior console markers, so you won't get anything there. And you will also. What was it? What else was there? Anybody else can think of anything? I think that's about it. It's really you gain influence. You gain influence and prestige as an awesome prosecutor.
I believe he might lose the night, maybe.
So, if I have an advocate, does that
right? And that's the other thing we need to talk about. Sorry, so let me just point out. So once a prosecutor is appointed, we will then allow Pre-Byzantium to find an advocate. So an advocate is I guess sounds like the opposite of a prosecutor, the defender. Ideally, both the prosecutor and defender want to have the highest oratory ratings they can, and the censor should allow Pre-Byzantium enough time for Fabius to find an advocate of their choosing, and if they can't find one, then Fabius will become his own advocate. Okay? Any other questions? Now, obviously, whoever's on the losing side stands to lose influence, so if the prosecutor... if the prosecution fails and Fabius is found not guilty, then the prosecutor will lose 3 influence as a result of an unsuccessful prosecution. So whoever is prosecutor, it's in your interest for the prosecution to pass, so having a good speech helps, and also maybe making deals. I don't know. you could help to. I mean, both the censor and the prosecutor would potentially work together to influence the rest of the Senate and in the dealings there. Now, of course, the censor could appoint one of his own senators as a prosecutor. That's perfectly acceptable, but he could be willing to pass it out as well. Okay.
Okay.
So Poach Trout asked the question, are you playing with the Advocates Advance rule? And I think he would have just heard, yes, we are. We are playing with the Advanced Advocates rule.
Can you just talk me through the equation?
Certainly. So we're looking at the equation on the back of the sheet. Essentially what it is, there'll be what they call trial votes, and that's where the prosecutor and the advocate will dice off. Now, if you go down to the Senate phase box underneath all of our chat area, and I'm going to scroll the screen for the viewers at home. So we'll just take a little bit of time, go to the Senate phase. You will see something called the popular appeal table and the trial appeal table. Okay, it's a combined table. So one of the first steps we'll take is or it'll happen at some point, it will be the trial result. So we'll roll some dice and then add that to the difference between the advocates and the prosecutor's oratory. So that will be almost a little bit random. It'll either add or subtract votes to the guilty verdict. Okay. The other factors is the target senator gets to also add his influence in favour of a not guilty verdict. And then the Senate will also vote collectively like you normally do, and that total will be added respectively. Okay. Now, at the choice when it comes to the accused senator's faction, they have the option of taking what's called a popular appeal. All right. So a bit like the trial votes, it's a little bit random, but it's influenced by popularity. So the more popularity you have, the better the outcome of a popular appeal, and that also adds or subtracts a chunk of votes. But noting, if you roll really, really bad, then you'll be killed by an angry mob. Or if he rolls really, really good, then he'll be automatically found not guilty and released instantly there and then, if he decides to take the popular appeal. Now, the popular appeal is optional, and generally you'd be wanting to take it if you have a higher popularity, or if you're just looking to gamble a little bit potentially with your life or the outcome. And that happens when your faction's called to vote. So you'll have a good idea, maybe, depending on how the factions are called, whether you may get off or whether you're looking guilty, and you may decide, well, I've got no losses here, I might as well take a popular appeal and see what happens. And that's it. So there's those three factors: the trial votes, popular appeal if they're taken, subtracting the influence, and then the votes of the Senate. So that's what that equation is talking about there. Okay.
Okay. Well, I'd be happy to be the prosecutor for this crime of the century.
Stealing grain.
I am good with that as well. To have Tiberius.
Hang on, sorry, you were muted for some reason, Quintus. I've just checked
yeah.
it. You'll have to repeat everything you just said. My apologies.
I am good with having Tiberius as the prosecutor. Tiberius.
It won't be Tiberius. It'll be one of his senators. Which
Yes.
senator will it be?
It will be Senator Furious.
Okay, and you're happy with that appointment, Censor?
Yes, I am.
Oh,
Okay.
Censor's gone.
What's the problem?
Oh, I can't see him. It's all right.
Yeah, his video did go a bit funny. I can still see him in our chat function in OBS. That's okay. But as long as he did just disappear temporarily. He's back. Okay, so Furious has an oratory of 3. We'll have to remember that one. Okay. Now the censor will now go to the target senator, and I guess his faction, and then ask for them to designate or find an advocate.
Priest Byzantium, could you please choose your advocate for your current prosecution?
Yes, can you just... is it all right if I just have a minute to G up my supporters?
By all means.
And again,
Please
the advocate
get
can
your
come from
fellow
any
corrupt people.
Can come from any faction. The advocate can come from any faction, and like I said, but if there's nobody willing, then Fabius will become his own advocate.
Go gather your own corrupt people.
So it looks like Numerus Aurelius is talking to some people in the chat there, trying to drum up some support, perhaps. Very good. I'm happy for discussions to be taking place. That's what this is all about. Take your time. There's no rush. If I have the ability to run another 30-second ad break right now, I might do that. There we go. So for the unsubscribed, they'll probably be seeing an ad right now, earning some revenue.
Okay, well, if we're in an ad break, I'm just going to quickly switch my Wi-Fi because this one's flaking in and out.
Yep, you're right.
Hopefully, it won't take but a second.
Certainly not a problem. While we let Fabius trying to find himself an advocate.
Can I just remind all senators to check the Roll20 chat in case I'm trying to reach out to you?
Yeah.
Good. Yeah.
In case I'm offering you a luxurious deal.
Yeah, that's right. Be sure to check the Roll20 chat. Keep connected with your fellow senators. It's essentially our social media for our senators. Pretty
So
good.
I can't see Quintus Octavius on mine. Or hear him, unless he's not talking.
Let me just double check our OBS. So it might be a fail of our... Oh, he muted himself. Yep.
Yeah, I was drinking.
You can hear him again now?
Yep.
Good. Perfect. Hang on. For some reason, Lucius Verinius was muted. You're back now? There you go. You can talk again. We can hear. Perfect. Your Wi-Fi all fixed? I've seen some people have turned their videos off. Marcus Decumus has turned his video off. Hopefully we should still hear him. And Aurelius Aurelius is on.
Grabbing some water.
Yeah, you're right. You're
That's
right.
okay. Yep.
That's cool.
Perfect. I return.
Excellent. Good. We're just making sure we hadn't lost anybody to the ether or the gods. There was a lot of blasphemy before. Perfect. All right. How are you feeling, Fabius? Have you found an advocate yet?
Just 30 more seconds, if that's all right.
All right. Censor, make sure you're checking in with him. Give him the hurry up if you think he needs a hurry up. You're in charge here, Censor.
I mean, can I just tell him let's start the trial?
What's that, sorry?
Could I just force him to start the trial right now?
Look, yeah, I mean, because there's no true definition of what quote-unquote reasonable time is, so that's open to interpretation. But albeit if you shorten somebody on their quote-unquote reasonable time frame, then that may or may not come back to bite you. I don't know.
10 seconds.
But there you go. And that's probably fair. He's had some time.
Mm-hmm. Well, if so, I would like to formally ask the Erudite faction, Alias, to be my advocate, if they would accept or decline.
Which senator in particular?
Alias, number 14 of the Erudite faction.
I have a question.
Yeah.
When they're undergoing the prosecution, do they have the option to negotiate with the Censor?
The censor? Yeah, what about?
Censor? About perhaps they could just contribute money or pay tax instead of getting prosecuted? Is there...
That would be nice, but no. That would be a form of contempt against the Senate. So once the trial has been, put on the table, as it were, and a target senator has been nominated for prosecution, then that's it. Negotiations can no longer take place.
And if I agree to be the advocate and I lose, what is the penalty?
You're likely to lose about 3 influence. So I know Marcus Decumus is quite good at looking at rules. Perhaps, Marcus Decumus, if you'd like to flick into your rule book there, and this is open for anybody, and if you'd like to read out those 1 or 2 lines about the prosecutor, what happens if they win and what happens when they lose, and that will be very similar for the advocate. So if you just find the prosecutor's one, or if it's easier, just go to the advocate advanced rule and you can just read out the results there.
Just quickly off the cheat sheet that I've got, if the prosecution is unsuccessful, the advocate gains 3 influence and the prosecutor loses 3. But I will also go and confirm if the prosecution is successful.
There you go. So it'll essentially be flipped. But right, so there it is on the cheat sheet. Now it says 3 influence if it's successful. generally it's about 3 influence for the prosecutor, but it's usually half rounded up of any influence lost. So it may not always be 3. In this case, I think it might be. But yeah, it'd be worth to check that in the rule that if the prosecutor wins, it's normally half rounded up of any influence lost of a senator. And if it's a major prosecution, it's a senator when they die loses all influence. So technically it'd be half of all influence lost, as opposed to just say 3.
Okay. So I can, if I want to try and be the advocate, it would be Alias.
Yes,
Alias?
that's
what's being asked. Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. Let's do that.
All right. I'm pleased to hear that. Alias will become the advocate, ID number 14, with an oratory of 4. Very good. All right. So now I'm not the censor, obviously, but I'm going to talk you through this first one. What I'd hope to see is that in a future turn that the censor would talk this through, would write out the calculations on their piece of paper. Everybody else would be listening along or even doing doodles on their own little notepad just to confirm all the math is good. I'm going to pop open a little calculator is here as well just to check my math. So first of all, now that we've appointed a prosecutor and advocate, I'd get the censor at this time to now have the prosecutor and the advocate run their speeches. Okay, so I'll probably lead with the prosecution, make a case, and then hand over to the advocate. So, censor, over to you.
Well, if we can have the prosecutor please state your case against the accused.
Certainly, I have a few words that I would like to make. And I'd like to, first of all, welcome the wisdom and the strength of the counsel in moving this case. This trial will set the basis for how we conduct our relationships in the future. And so it's important for all of us that we manage to get to the right outcome here today. Now, first thing I would say is that the crime is apparent. There's no confusion here. There's no issue about whether a crime has occurred. The crime is apparent. There's 4 talents each turn being taken by Fabius, stealing from the common weal of the people and of ourselves, picking our pockets ultimately to build his own strength that he's sure to use against us all in the future. But more than that, I don't really need to say more than that, but what I'd rather do is, in actual fact, have the accused speak for himself. And he's been speaking loudly and clearly in public, and I will now draw you to some of those comments. It's apparent that his approach is based solely on money. Not only is he corrupt to the tune of 4 talents a turn, he's also corrupt at attempting to sell priesthoods for 10 talents. This is a horrible crime.
No crime against that. There's no crime against that. That's a false allegation.
Quiet.
Censor, control your court.
I don't have a gavel with me.
I also point out that in his futile defence, that he has lashed out at many of you. He has begged. He has said, I have supported everyone. He wants nothing more than to support you all and to support Rome. If you believe that, you'll believe anything. He is calling to that popular appeal, saying we should be united, we should be fighting the enemies, not ourselves. Let me distract you from my crimes, senators, is what he's saying there. Look elsewhere. Don't look at me and the crimes that I am committing and taking from the people as we prepare for war. He says, I don't know if I can trust our leaders. That stands by itself. I hardly need to add anything to that. He's trying to divide us, not to join us together. He's trying to divide us on the eve of war. He says, your name is inscribed on my tablet. He resorts to mere threats. Now, none of us can take him seriously of that, of course. It's a sign of his desperation that he's willing to go to such depths. He says, my advocate stands to gain a lot. Who knows what secret deals he's conducting behind our backs to try to get himself off this very obvious charge. I am an innocent man, he says. Well, I think we know exactly how innocent this man is. But having hung himself with his own words, well, let's get to the nitty-gritty of what this trial is really about. And this trial is really about one thing, and that is it's a test. And it is a test for the House of July. It is a test for the for the consul, about how will your reign be remembered? how will you stand? Will you stand with the people on the eve of war, or will you allow this corruption to march throughout the Senate and throughout Rome? Prosecution rests.
Wow, standing ovation. That is one of the best prosecutor speeches I've ever heard in and outside of a board game. Wow, that was amazing.
I mean, do we even need the other one?
Do we even need to hold a trial? I just say he's guilty of that.
Yeah.
You accuse me of corruption.
Hey, I never said we're not.
Well,
I think it would be good to give the defence a word for sure.
Welcome, everybody. Marka here, and I understand what it is that you have put forward, and I have taken this on board, and I will present an argument to see this not just as a prosecution, but an opportunity. This is an opportunity to reflect on, yes, perhaps somebody does have some faults, but we can understand why he did what he did. And we understand as well, too, that this is showing this man's strengths, his smarts, how he really understands money. We need this man. We know that he has things to give. These personality traits, well, yes, they may have their pros and cons, but I want you to understand that later on, we have an advantage then if we leave it be, and at a later case, should you see that to be fit, you can make that decision later on with more decisive action. Thank you very much.
Wow.
wholeheartedly agree.
I tell you what, my face hurts from smiling so much.
Yeah, this is pretty good.
I'm enjoying this. Yeah, wow. Okay, awesome. So we've both
It's a good prosecution.
It is. So we've heard some great case there by the prosecution and the advocate, the defence. So that's awesome. Now, from here, according to the rules likes to have the Senate vote conducted next. Then the trial vote occurs. And then we will start to tally that all up. So to you, the censor, at this point, you will now hold the Senate vote, where you will seek the votes of each of the factions in the order that you choose, and we will pool those for and against. So it makes sense. A vote for the prosecution is a vote for guilt, and a vote against that is obviously, for him to be not guilty. You can, of course, still abstain if you so choose. And we will eventually get a particular figure at that point in time. Okay? And so I'll keep a running tally here as the current scriber. So by all means, everybody else is welcome to keep notes, but don't fear that I will be tracking numbers at my end. So, Censor, over to you as presiding magistrate to hold the vote of the Senate.
All right, I'd like to ask the pre-Byzantium House, what is your current vote?
7 votes not guilty, I guess is how I should phrase that.
Okay.
The Aditi House?
I have 9 votes not guilty.
9 votes not guilty, okay.
The House of Julii?
14 votes not guilty.
Shame.
Justia Murdia?
Justia Murtia's vote is for prosecution. I think after that excellent speech, I think it had swayed my heart, and my vote is for the prosecution.
How many votes? How many votes? Can he not hear me?
Marcus Decimus.
I don't think he can hear me. Can somebody relay the message?
8 votes for.
Okay, thank you.
We have our fabulous speaker, Fortuna's Despair. How many votes?
7 votes guilty.
And I'll have my 6 votes guilty as well.
Okie dokie. Is that all factions voted, Censor?
I believe so.
Looks like it. Let me just do a running tally. Stand by. Interesting split field. Okie dokie. I have a current running tally right now. Let me just confirm that my math is correct. I'll do that one more time. It's important that we get this right.
I mean, we can send a bit of money your way, and
Yeah. I'm also plugging this in the calculator, make sure I'm doing the right thing. Okay. All right. Now we can conduct our trial vote. So the trial votes is the advocate's oratory minus the prosecutor's oratory plus the 2d6. So advocate is currently 4 minus the prosecutor's oratory is 3, which gives us 1, and that's going to be plussed to a 2d6. I'd like the advocate to now roll a 2d6. So that'll be Marca Verdia. If you'd like to roll your 2d6, please. You roll... I can't quite read the dice. I'll check it in the chat.
7.
It is 7. So 7 plus 1 is 8. 8 on the chart is plus 4 votes against the prosecution, as you can see in the trial result column there. So I'm going to add that to the total. All right, and I'm just going to confirm the mathematics again here. Now, we saw that there was no popular appeal that was taken, and I also need to add the defendant's influence to the tally as well. So what is the influence of the accused senator, please?
Which one was it? It was Fabius?
Yes, correct.
4.
5.
His influence is 5. Okay, bear with me. Good. And we get the additional votes from the trial votes. Good. And then we're going to add the influence. This is looking, okay, I'm happy with my final answer. There may be an error of 1 or 2, but that will not affect the results. And I'm happy to confirm with anybody else that may have been running numbers. Censor, I am ready. If you like, I can either message it to you privately or I'm happy to announce it on your behalf.
Please announce it on my behalf.
Certainly. Good censor. It is with privilege that I can announce the formal results of the prosecution, which includes the Senate vote and the trial votes. Thank you to the prosecutor and the advocates for their time and putting their cases forwards. The Senate and the people of Rome very much appreciate their efforts on the matter. In the case of Senate versus Fabius, on charges of Sicilian grain corruption, I hereby find the defendant not guilty with a positive 18 votes in total. So Fabius is now found not guilty. So what worked in the favour there was a good margin in terms of the Senate vote. There was also a good margin on the trial votes as well. And, of course, the defendant gets to add his influence, which also adds to the pie. So that was
console decided to vote.
A good outcome from the defendant there. So that's good. So let's do the admin from the outcome of that prosecution before we move on. First of all, for Numerius Aurelius, if you'd like to please remove the corruption from your concession card, so hide that. You are no longer eligible to be prosecuted this turn. Okay, so you are now a free man, no longer corrupt, or at least in the eyes of this Senate.
Thank you.
And we now have a failed prosecution, and we're going to look at our results here. So if the result is positive, the accused is freed. So now the advocate, which in this case was Aurelius, was that correct?
Furious.
Aurelius as
sorry.
the Aurelius is the advocate. Yeah, advocate
Yeah,
here gets to
Aurelius is the
gain
prosecutor.
3 influence. So I'm going to grab the appropriate marker. So well done to Marca Wedia. You obviously made a great case. I'm going to go grab you your respective influence token there. And then I'm going to check chat to see if chat's happy with my mathematics. I can just see somebody now screaming out, "No, you're wrong!" Oh, hang on, I grabbed the wrong one.
5.
There needs to be a 5.
Yes.
Put that back, grab one of those, and scroll my page. There we go. So now Aurelius is now 5 influence. And now the prosecutor, in this case, needs to reduce his influence by 3 in this case. So who was our prosecutor? That was Furious. So he goes from 3 to 0 influence, and that's the minimum amount that he can go. You cannot get negative influence. Okay. And there are no other consequences for the accused here. There are no other consequences for the censor here. Let's just double check that. Yep. I'm pretty happy with all of that. Very good. All right, that concludes that prosecution. Okay, were there any questions from that process? It's not overly difficult. You just got to sit down and just run your numbers. So I just have my calculator open and I'll just note them down as they come in. Just do the basic sums. That's all it is. It's not terrible. It looks a bit daunting. It's just got to know what's coming from. What often gets forgotten is the defendant adding his influence. So let's not forget that. But we remembered this time, so that's good.
If that prosecution is going to set the standards, it's going to be a hard act to follow.
I'm going to take a sip of tea. Decimus Claudius claims tea time for 100 channel points. Very good. Okay. Noting time. Let's move things along. Censor, back to you. Anything else happening this time?
No, I believe that would be our final prosecution for this.
Okay, the censor has said there will be no other prosecutions at this time, and that's perfectly reasonable for him to call. So now, if you'd like to hand the presiding magistrate plaque back to the Rome Consul, please, of the House of Julii to continue the current Senate session.
Okie dokie.
Very good. Over to you, Consul.
Right. Given that we have no governors overseas yet, we can move on from that. Hopefully we'll have that shortly. Do I have to go through the anytime, or does that just happen if somebody wants to do those?
So normally this time you may be considered governors, but as you said, we don't have any provinces at this point.
Yeah.
And now it's open slather. You can put out whatever proposal in whatever order you like.
Okay. So this is
Right.
Okay.
Just remember, if you have a proposal that sends the presiding magistrate, aka you, away to war, so that means you'd probably end up sending 2 armies, because the field consul always goes first, the Senate session will end. So if a proposal passes and you are the commander, the Senate session will end. Just remember that. Okay.
Yep.
But outside of that, it's whatever proposal you deem fit now.
Okay, so before we get to the discussion on war, I'd like to go through a couple of other points. The first one is the Senate needs a quaestor. Somebody who is good at math would be preferable. So if anybody has any nominations or would like to put their hand up for this role.
Yes.
It's a hand up? Fantastic.
Yes.
Okay, so a very quick one through the Senate. A vote for Marca Vedia.
So just to clarify, yes, I understand that it's a human player that's going to be doing the role, but I'd like you to nominate a specific senator from the willing faction in this case. This is just for the records.
Marca Vedia.
Again, this has no bearing on the outcome of the game. This is purely for aesthetics.
Who would you like to nominate from your party for this role?
Does it matter who I nominate or not?
No,
really?
it doesn't. It doesn't.
Let's say Platius.
Okay.
Okay. So the proposal on the floor is Platius from the Erudite faction to become the quaestor for the Senate. We'll start with the Erudite faction.
And 9 votes for.
9 votes for. Next up, we'll have the House of Incognito.
6 votes for.
votes for. The pre-Byzantine.
Seven votes for.
7 votes for. Fortuna's Despair.
7 votes for.
Justita Merita.
8 votes for the proposal.
8 votes for the proposal. The House of Julia is 14 votes for.
Okay. Good console. It's with pleasure I can announce the outcome of that proposal. Sustained was 0, against was 0, for was 51 votes. The motion carries. Plateus is now known as our Quaestor. And for the record, the Quaestor is responsible for updating and doing the math for the state treasury and updating and doing the necessary changes for the state unrest level. And any other auxiliary movement of cards around that's necessary from or to or from the forum. But I'll help you with the card side if you can manage and do the sums for the state treasury and the unrest level. But that doesn't happen very often, so it's not a great workload. You'll probably be helping out doing the math when people start trying to buy bulk legions and trying to work out what they've got left.
I can do math.
Yeah, great, perfect. Yeah, so you're perfect for that. That's awesome. Great. All right, that's good. Back to you, console.
Okay, the next proposal I have today is important for all of us, for us to be remembered in our actions. And moving forward, when people look back on this republic, they see exactly what we have done or haven't done. So I'm asking for a proposal for a Senate scribe. So if somebody would like to nominate.
What are the obligations of the scribe?
Sure, and allow me to explain those because I'm doing that right now. One, this is not permanent, so you could share this around, right? So you might do it for a turn or two or something, and then a new proposal can come up, and somebody else can take the share. So you're keeping the official record of all proposals that come out during the course of the Senate, and that frees the Rome consul to not have to think about it and do sums, right? He can just appoint and look at senators and look at factions, and then that allows somebody else to do the calculations in the background. There's nothing overly formal, but what I do like to see is the scriber manually put the proposals into the respective document on the Facebook group at some point during the course of the week before the next session. Now, I'll go first with the proposals that I did, and I'll update those, and then whoever the new scriber is who now takes over, after this proposal, they'll keep the notes, and then they'll have to update the rest of the proposals from this Senate session. So all you're required to do is note who makes the proposal, and that's normally the Rome consul or the highest ranking available officer. You'll note the actual proposal, what it is itself. In this case, this particular one is on appointing a scribe. And then you just note for, against, and sustained, and that's it. Pretty simple, and you'll just do that for each proposal that comes out. Okay?
I'm happy to have a go at that.
Cool. And like I said, it's not permanent, so you'll be able to share this around. So again, I'll request that a specific senator is nominated.
Let's give Papyrus. Kind of makes sense, right?
Sure.
Let's scribe things.
Papyrus.
It does, actually. Yeah, well done.
Nice. Okay, so I'm putting forward for the proposal of Senate scribe, a most important job. Papyrus from Fortuna's Despair. We'll start off with Fortuna's Despair votes, please.
7 in favour.
7 in favour. Justita Merita.
We'll do 8 votes for the proposal.
House of Incognito.
6 votes for.
The Erudita faction.
Yes, 9 votes for.
And the Pre-Byzantium faction.
7 votes for.
And the House of Julii votes 14 for.
Splendid. Consul, I'm pleased to announce with 0 sustained, 0 against votes, and 51 votes for, the motion carries. Papyrus is the now appointed Senate scribe. And at this point, Tiberius Cornelius, you'll now take over as scribe for any new proposals that come forward at this point. Do you have any other questions?
No.
Cool. Yeah, it's pretty simple. You just take some notes. Yep. Who came up with it? What the crux of the proposal is, for, against, and sustained, and whether it carried or not. Great. All right. I can put my pen down and focus on rules. Very good. Okay.
Fantastic.
Back to you, console.
The next one we'd like to propose is obviously everybody's here for the glory of Rome, and Rome would like to be able to reward those who work towards the future of the Republic. And with one of those is we have military medals awarded to senators who, during the no doubt many upcoming wars that we have, perform extraordinarily well and help us through these difficult times as we become the Republic that we should become. So my proposal this afternoon is that we will have the military medals to be awarded for the senators for feats in the game. We will go round.
If I may, Console, with a point of interest.
Yes.
Right, so as I think I explained to some of you before, and I'm showing this on the chat now for those that are interested in chat, I have a series of non-canon, non-historical medals here that I designed as a bit of a fun inclusion. It has no bearing on the game other than aesthetics, but I think it's pretty cool to be able to award senators a bunch of medals and gongs for various feats in game. Right down the bottom of your virtual tabletop, I've listed every single medal that is eligible and how you can get them. So I've got a description of each and the order of precedence. So at your leisure, you can scroll through each of those. Most of them are campaign medals for each of the various wars that are out there, and it's kind of a clue to show you just how many wars you'll face in this total game. But you know, it's great to be able to acknowledge the feats of senators. And normally, what happens is there'll be a combat phase. I'll make sure that the medals are available, and then I'll pass those to the highest ranking available officer for the next Senate session. And during other business, the highest ranking available officer can then formally hand those out as a bit of an awards ceremony. So there'll be a bit of a handle, and then that can be sitting next to your senator card for the duration of the game, so long as they are alive. And that will be annotated in the annals and the records for all of history. And so yeah, that was a little bit of background on the medals there, and that's the proposal that the console has put forward at this time.
So we're ready to vote. We'll start with Fortuna's Despair.
7 votes in favour.
7 votes in favour. Justita's Merita.
There will be 8 votes for the proposal.
Fantastic. House of Incognito.
6 votes for the proposal.
Thank you. Eruditia or Eruditor.
9 votes for the proposal.
Pre-Benzatim.
7 votes for.
Okay, and the House of Julii is 14 votes for. If the scribe would like to read out the results.
Sorry, I thought that was the questor that was telling. But
No, the scriber takes the notes. Yep, of the outcome. Just for your record, I think that was unanimous, 51 votes.
it was unanimous, yeah. So it's passed.
Yeah.
Okay.
All the Quaestor does is update the state unrest level and the state treasury. That's what the
Right,
Quaestor
okay,
does.
no worries.
Yep.
Okay, that's now in law. So
Hooray! I'm
medals
so
to be
pleased to hear
had.
that. That's awesome.
Medals to be had.
Yay!
Okay, we'll work through some more of these. I know everybody's had a long day, and the Senate's the seats are getting a bit hard. I've got a dice right in the middle of this. Right, so next year's assembly, Monday, 7:30 p.m. I was just wanting to make sure that everybody will be able to attend the Senate for the next year. So we'll.
We're not leaving Australia.
Yeah.
Very sure.
Yeah.
So
I was going to say, our thoughts go out to our peers in Queensland in their snap lockdown, and then of course all of the state of New South Wales grappling with some form of a lockdown there. So it's tough. So yeah, not many people might be travelling overseas in the near future. So we may have some time to do continuing our gaming here.
So unless there's some senator assassinations over the week, I'd like to confirm the presence of the senators for the next Senate. So starting with Tiberius Cornelius.
Confirmed.
Marcus Decimus.
I confirm.
Quintus Octavius.
Confirmed.
Marsa Vidia.
I confirm.
And numerous Aurelius.
I confirm.
So that'll be 51 votes, essentially. Unanimous.
Yep.
Now, in the case that you couldn't, then you'd have that as a discussion, and then you would vote as a collective Senate to try and find a new time. So that's more of a formality more than anything, that proposal, but I do like to have that on the books just to make sure at this point in time anyway that everybody is still comfortable to play the following week. So that's good. Thanks for that.
Okay, and now the one that everybody's been waiting for. The dress code for the Senate. Normally this would be a shoo-in, but looking at the screen, it may not be. So I'd like to hear a couple of proposals on the dress code. There seems to be three options. One is compulsory to wear Roman outfits, toga, Senate wear. The second would be to not wear them, and the third one would be to allow people to wear whatever they like. So can I just have an open floor for people's thoughts on this matter before we go any further?
Well, I don't own any white sheets, so...
Doesn't have to be white, so long as it kind of looks like a toga. Maybe I've seen brown togas. I've even seen yellow togas. Not fussed on the colour.
Good deflection, but principle still stands.
True. I think I would be in favour of allow the people to dress as they see fit.
We could use the Roman term ad hoc.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
So,
I would support that proposal. We are
Okay.
senators after all. We should be able to control the way we dress.
I've heard the wise words from the scribe, so we're going to move ahead with this pretty quickly. So the proposal for the Senate to vote on is that the dress code for the Senate is ad hoc, but it is preferred that Roman wear is used, but there are no penalties for not. Going around, we will start with the votes from Fortuna's Despair.
7 votes in favour of the proposal.
Just at Emerita.
We'll do 8 votes for the proposal.
House of Incognito.
6 votes against the proposal.
Erudita.
9 votes for.
Pre-Byzantium.
7 votes for.
And the House of Julii is 14 votes for.
That
So when the
gives us a
scribe's
total
ready,
of
if you'd like to
45 to 6, and the motion's carried.
in favour of ad hoc wear.
Perfect.
Fantastic. We're not going to do that one. This Senate. I don't think we'll be doing that tonight, that's for sure.
I can
Okay.
delete that then. Got through all that other business. That's good.
So, okay. Before we move on to the discussion of war, does the Pontifex Maximus want to assign any priests?
Doesn't matter.
yes.
That's up to him. So he can just jump in at any time he likes and announce that. Although I suppose that's nice that you give him that option, and certainly they can proceed.
Well,
as
he's new to his role, so
right.
Yes.
But yes,
So, quick query: what does making someone a priest do for them, or is it just purely
It takes away 10
ceremonial?
talents.
Yeah, that's true. To my pocket, it gives me 10 talents. I think you mean.
so it's a little bit similar in part to the Pontifex Maximus with much less perks. So they'll gain 1 influence while they're a priest. They also get 1 extra battle vote on the same proposals. The Pontifex Maximus gets to double his votes is on those battle votes. So 1 influence and 1 extra vote.
Okay. Just 1 second.
So that's in the advanced section of the rules under Pontifex Maximus. Here's the Pontifex Maximus is doing some discussions.
Just checking to see if anyone will heed the calling. So give me a second.
Yeah, you're right. All right.
I missed the thing of what was happening. Sorry, I just was zoned out for a second.
No, you're right. So the consul actually put it to the Pontifex Maximus if he wanted to take an opportunity to appoint a priest, and the Pontifex Maximus is just seeing what he can get out of it.
What do you get as being a priest? What's the benefit? I'm just having a look.
So I'll reiterate that again.
Sorry.
So you get 1 extra battle vote and you get 1 influence while you are a priest.
But then once you lose it,
you will lose that influence and you'll lose that battle vote. So I'll just run a quick 30-second ad break. So the non-subscribers, please hang around while we have the 30-second ad break. That'll support us while we allow the Pontifex Maximus to conclude his discussions. We'll be right back. Of course, all our subscribers won't see the ads, so you'll get to see the behind-the-scenes thinking. Yeah. It's pretty cool.
Since it's the behind-the-scenes thinking, perhaps the Pontius Maximus would like to support a faction that directly stood to help prevent a prosecution.
You mean like his advocate?
Yeah. Behind
Or
the
maybe-
scenes thinking.
That might be a bit of quid pro quo though. So I'm not sure if that's appropriate, right?
Hey, lawyers get paid.
Okay.
Or maybe he could sort of like put out some fires with the prosecution.
Maybe.
That's true.
Stretch the hand across the table.
Actually, you know what? I think that's a good idea. I think I'm going to take that advice to heart.
That's why I'm consul.
Exactly right. So, under that circumstance,
The consoles are playing good cop, bad cop.
So, quick question, Decimus. Do I just grant it to someone, or do they have to agree to it?
No, it'd be weird to give them a priesthood if they didn't want it. But yeah, essentially, it's just at your leisure, at your appointment, you assign the priesthood. Yep.
Okay. Well, under that circumstance, just 1 second.
And just for the scriber, you're not required to record this in case that was not clear.
Okay. Well, I would like to offer the Senator Achilles under Tiberius Cornelius. If he would like to become a priest, I am offering that priesthood as an olive branch.
Achilles, 12.
Achilles gratefully accepts. Ingeniarius.
Perfect. That's all right.
All right, I'll grab you that priest token. There you go. It's on your card now. If you'd like to, in fact, I'm going to help you out again here. I'll quickly grab you your extra 1 influence. There you go. So Achilles is plussed up. There we go. Well done. Back to the console.
So I just want to clarify one thing before I move on.
Yeah.
The New Alliance card
Yeah.
says the HRAO's choice at the end of the Senate phase. So is that after it finishes or?
Correct. So once the Senate session is closed, be it through your motion or you're sent off to war, at that point you will then allocate that card.
Okay, good. Right. Right. So I would like to begin the discussion on war at this stage, unless I have somebody putting forward another some advice. I'm not putting forward any land bills or concessions at this stage, unless we need to raise considerably more money for war. Bearing in mind that there is a rumor of an alliance to help us with one of our upcoming wars, I'd like to start that discussion. I think we all agree that the Punic War represents a major concern for the people of Rome. We do need to send some ships down to Sicily to free Syracuse and Messina, is it? Anyway, so we've already beaten off the Carthagins there in their navy. We now need to send the troops down to fulfill that war. Meanwhile, the Gauls, being Gauls, are once again. No, they're not. Is it the Gaul War? Sorry.
Yeah, the First Gallic War. Yeah, that's it.
No, the first. Okay. So, sorry, I was looking at the leader. The Gauls once again, being the barbarians that they are making a bit of a noise in the north of Italy. So we need to look at whether we prosecute the First Punic War and use our allies in the Gauls that we've allied with and financing to help us with that war. So I'd like to hear from some of our experienced senators with military backgrounds on what their thoughts are, including the military consul.
All right. I think more or less what you've discussed is about correct. I think if we were to do the opposite effect and use our newfound allies to delay or allow the Carthage to remove their troops and sue for a white peace, this would allow them time to rebuild navy. And upcoming years, we would have to re-prosecute the navy and maintain the support fleets to prosecute the rest of the war, while the Gauls, with their barbaric ways, have no naval capacity. So if we do delay prosecuting this war and suing for white peace for another year, when this war pops their barbaric heads up once again, we wouldn't have to re-prosecute a navy like we would with the Carthaginians.
Yep, I would agree with that assessment. We've got the Carthagins on the back foot. We're controlling the seas around Sicily. If we can drive them out, then Sicily is ours and Syracuse will be free. Does anybody else have any military experience that they'd like to?
So what is the proposal as it currently stands? I know you haven't formally made it.
So what I will be proposing is that we use our alliance with on the Gauls. So that war is basically we will be using our people up there to help them sue for peace. So the Gauls will just quieten down and just disappear. They will come back at some stage, and then that will free us up to fight the First Punic War. So we will be going to war, but we're just going to bribe the Gauls off for a while.
If we use the alliance mechanism, it removes the war from being an active war, but it, as I understood the description earlier, it means that it could arise again within the next 6 turns.
Yes, it'll go back in the pack. Yeah, but it's kind of like the lesser evil. If we use it against the Punic Wars, then that will go back in the pack, and we will lose our freebie of our fleet, our naval victory.
Possibly another way
the
to
Punic War is
think.
inactive at the moment, right?
Correct.
So if we don't prosecute it this turn, it will still be inactive next turn.
Unless we draw Punic War 2.
Or a hero.
Or a hero. If Hannibal turns up, then the fan is rotating.
Yes, it is.
Well, as Napoleon said, I prefer my generals lucky, so we could always hope that doesn't happen.
So
Correct.
Who's familiar with the Punic Wars of the times of ancient Rome? Does anyone? How much do
Hannibal,
people know about
I
it?
presume.
Right. So you recall, particularly the Second Punic War, which you guys are yet to face here, that lasted about 16 years, and Hannibal marched and terrorized Italy for nearly all of that time. Right. It was a hell of a time. In fact, Rome's success was them not engaging Hannibal. That's what made Rome successful, and it got to the point where attrition got the better of the Carthaginians, and eventually Hannibal was recalled because Rome started a campaign through Spain. Just note that these Punic Wars are not to be laughed at, and any enemy hero or a matching war will be devastating and will be very challenging.
So does the matching war card double the score?
Correct. So the strength of that war goes from 10 to 20.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
you'll have to
also,
fight a
possibly
20 strength
another
war.
way to think of it as well, by putting a card back into the deck, we could possibly delay drawing the Second Punic War.
Good thought.
Yeah, because we shuffle, do we?
If we delayed using the alliance card now for a turn or two, first of all, it's a bit of an insurance policy, isn't it? If we do get another Punic War come up, we can play it on that, I assume, and reduce back to one Punic War. Do we want to use our insurance policy now when we only have one active war? Because we could prosecute the active war we have and then assuming that field console leads us to a victory, we can then move south to confront Carthage.
Well, all I can say is last year when we had the wars, they stacked up really quickly and overwhelmed us. So, I mean, just looking at the two wars, if the Gallic War comes back in the future, it's only got the 10 power with no naval, which is going to be much easier for us in terms of forces to raise. Whereas, focusing our resources now on the Punic War is just probably going to be more efficient, like I said, with the naval victory. But it'll just, get both of them out of the way. And then if that one reoccurs, it'll be quite easy, I think, later in the future because we'll have more talents, raised each turn.
Yeah. We'll have another year's worth of income, and we won't be as strapped if we tried to prosecute both wars now.
What happens if we don't prosecute the active war?
It will become unprosecuted, and we'll lose 20 talents, and we'll lose our citizens will become more unrest. The unrest level will go down.
Point of interest, if I may, Console.
Sorry?
Point of interest, if I may, Console.
Yes.
I've got two things. First of all, the way I read this card and the way I read the commencement of the forum phase is your only opportunity to use it is at the end of this Senate phase, i.e. it'll get removed at the end, in the next turn. So, by the way I read this card...
Makes the decision simple.
Yeah. The other thing I wanted to point out, because this session has been quite long and noting, you've got families and jobs, I offer to you guys that at the conclusion of the Senate, we may call the end of our session today at that point. Noting it has drawn on a bit, and there's certainly that's not a problem to stop at that point. I'll leave that to you as a group to decide, but I think that might be best. I'm happy to keep going, but I'm conscious of what you guys are doing. Okay, so that's for your consideration.
It's too late to go to war.
Yeah.
It's not offensive.
So all right, so it sounds like you're all sort of in agreement. So once we conclude the Senate phase, we'll wrap up our session at that point.
Okay.
Yeah, for the night. Yep.
So, Tiberius Cornelius, you're now that we know we're going to lose that card, is there any other proposals differing to the proposal that we fight? We play that card on the Gauls and we fight the Punic War.
I agree.
Okay. All right. So as the presiding officer, I'd like to put forward a proposal that the Republic fights its first war. We've got two fronts currently. We know of the Carthagins in Sicily. We've had a stunning naval victory down there, which would allow us to sail down and land our troops. Meanwhile, the pesky Gauls have raised their heads. But fortunately, we've got some of the other Gaul villages that are on our side. We've been bribing well, and they are going to have a word with them and basically get them to calm down. It's a stopgap at the moment. They'll no doubt, being barbarians as they are, they'll no doubt come back again and start rattling their spears. In the meantime, we will raise the troops and the fleets and sail down and take back Sicily. So the proposal is to take the war to, what's the term for, is it just making it active? Or,
Well,
for you, Console,
prosecute.
yes. Yeah. So if you decide to attack at this turn, you'll be prosecuting that war. It'll become active. That is correct.
So the proposal is to prosecute the Punic War and to bribe the Gauls to
But they feel like
calm
two
down a bit.
separate proposals to me.
do we have to raise the troops first, right?
Point of interest, Console, if I may, on these points.
Yes, please.
First of all, Poached Trout, just from our chat, asked the question, did we start the game with the naval victory token in play on the first Punic War? Yes, I believe that's called the World Board Gaming Championship start and just provides a little bit of a leg up for our Senate. So yes, that naval victory marker did indeed stay there. Now, the proposal on the floor at the moment is just, it sounds like just deciding on that you guys are going to prosecute this war. Normally that's a bit unconventional because normally a proposal will include a commander and forces that you're assigning to it.
Right.
Now, I'm happy for this proposal to go ahead, and it's worded in such a way that said that the Senate agrees that The war, the only war, right? That should be noted. The only war that will be prosecuted this round will be this war. And to the other point that was raised, and that the new alliance event card would be played against the other war card. I'm happy. It's certainly fine for proposals to be wrapped up with like that. That's not a problem. And yeah, although this proposal about just attacking the First Punic War is unconventional in that you're not assigning any commanders or troops yet, I'm happy for it to proceed because it's a collective agreement and I guess binds everybody to note the next steps, which will be raise forces, assign forces, and assign a commander. So
yeah, I wasn't sure if we were
go.
going to do that tonight because obviously that'll take a bit of time. So
So we'll finish the Senate session and then we'll fin there. So we won't fight the war. I'm talking about raising forces and a commander because you still need to vote on how many you're raising, who's commanding them, and then right, that'll be to what war. But that's wrapped up in what you're currently proposing here.
Yeah. Okay. So then I should just put it all into one then.
That's ideal and that's the normal. Yes.
Okay.
Now I have seen forces raised first, and then I've seen forces assigned, but that can be wrapped up in one go. And the commander is normally automatic because you've only got the one choice here. It's the field console, so you'd wrap that up in that same proposal as well.
All right. So before I finish my proposal, then we would need to have the discussion on the number of troops and fleet support we take. Obviously, we'll need 5 fleet support. Those of you with military experience will be better placed than myself to give advice on the amount of troops we would need, given the gods of the dice. But the gods are on our side, aren't they, Nemerius or Aurelius?
Of course.
Fantastic.
I've just communed with them.
So, number of troops, the discussion before we get to the finish of the proposal.
Well, so we need at least 10, so we'd have to raise at least 6. So that should be the starting point.
I think it's time to show our strength, Senators.
I would agree with that.
Yes, I'm just trying to re-find where the victory tables are. Because from my memory, including the military skill,
victory table is at the bottom. So scroll down to the combat phase zone under the players' areas. You'll see the combat results table there.
From memory, from my experience, including the commander's military strength, we want at least a +7 on top of any war we prosecute to have a good standing for the rolls, but that's obviously not including any disasters or stalemates we might roll.
So we want 7, and then
So 11 more.
But that's with the commander's military, which is 4. So we'd only need 13, right? So we just need to raise 9.
9
point of
as
interest-
well as the 5 fleets.
Point of interest, console, if I may.
You may, please.
Trying to keep it simple. When it comes to combat, right, yes, there's a 3d6, and that 3d6 roll is modified by the difference in strength values between the Senate and the enemy force, all right? The Senate number is made up of your number of legions and the military strength of your commander, all right? And so if in this case you raise 10 legions and you have a military commander who has, say, a military rating of 4, you've got 14, the strength of the enemy is 10, the difference is 4. So therefore on a 3d6, you'd add +4 to that outcome, and that will give you the result.
Yeah, so basically what I'm advocating for is a +7 modifier to our roll. As at least a starting basis to continue our discussion.
Happy to take your advice and wisdom.
You will be the man spearheading them.
Another point we could discuss as well, as I believe it's been raised with our previous war games that were found against the Carthaginians, that it's quite often possible to get disasters and stalemates despite numerical advantages over them. We could possibly send the field console and Rome console with 2 separate armies in an attempt to prosecute the same war. This should help greatly increase our chances of restricting disasters from occurring more than once. So I
Can
think
we
that is
afford
definitely
to
something we should
raise an army of that
discuss.
size?
Yeah, it's a lot of money.
Mm.
But if we're
how,
going to spend the money, we should do so now. But
How much
certainly
is-
something worth to discuss.
how much is it again for an army? 10?
10 per.
10.
Perhaps a point of order. This is an area that I'm unfamiliar with. We require 5 supporting fleets. If we were to send 2 armies, would that be 5 supporting fleets each? So therefore a total of 10?
Correct. The supporting fleets are assigned to a particular commander.
All right.
I think
So
that rules out
let's-
that approach.
Let's have
Yeah,
a
this
look.
chair's way too comfortable. I'm not
Yeah.
getting on a boat.
Yes,
I know the weather's like down there.
I think I agree there, but I'm still concerned about the disasters and stalemates. But if we certainly don't have the money, it might be worth noting that as part of the White Peace process with the goals to the north, we will be receiving 10 talents to our state treasury as something else to consider in our discussions.
So
Perhaps you could put some of your harbour fees towards the state treasury.
Okay, we'll be right.
Unfortunately, none of my senators have any spare cash at this point.
Sensor?
So we get half the spoils rounded down.
Yes.
Yeah. So at a minimum, we need the 5 fleets. And then the disaster and stalemates are 11, 13, and 14.
Yeah, which is purely on the roll of the dice, not any of
Yeah.
our modifiers.
Correct.
Yeah. But that pretty much puts us between 11 and 14 is going to be out.
Mm-hmm.
And unless we were lucky on 12. So what was the military rating for?
My proposal was a +7 on.
No, sorry. What's your leaders? Look at it.
4. Sorry.
4. Yeah. Okay. I'm certainly in favour of going strong and sending a message to the Carthagins. I agree with Tiberius Cornelius on that. Does anybody else have any comments on the amount we raise, the amount of troops we should send?
Well, so what's the final number on what we're going to need to raise?
If I just do the quick maths for the Senate, so we currently got a 4 with the Rome field console military rating of 4.
Mm-hmm.
To get up to +7 on what the Carthaginians have sent, which their estimated strength is a 10. We have
9.
7 onto the 6, 9.
Yeah, and then plus the 5 fleets, correct?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 14. So that's 140 talents.
And we should be aware of the
So it's offset by the win of the Gallic War. So
35 talents.
So yeah, so it'd be minus 45 total after the Gallic War, and we win the Punic War. So that puts it to about 100, which would mean that if we win, the next turn we'd have about as much money as we have now if we raise the 14.
We also have the maintenance on this raised army as well to consider.
But
Well,
we would lose some likely. So
yeah, if you bring them all back, then that's a good thing to.
There's medals for that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if we have a overwhelming victory and most of the troops are returned, then we will still have over 100. We'll still have 100 talents in the treasury, and then obviously the next round we will get paid again. Okay, so we're looking at raising an additional. Is it 5 armies and 5 fleets, or 9 armies and 5? So 5 armies.
it'd be 9 and 5.
9
and 5.
legions and 5 fleets.
9 legions and 5 fleets. Okay. Okay. Does anybody else have anything to add to this before I put forward the proposal to the Senate?
And you, in that proposal, you'll include the military leader, I presume.
Correct. Yes. Okay. Okay. So the proposal I'd like to put forward as the officer is that we will fight. We will raise an army of 9 legions and 5 fleets. We will then send those with the original legions that we have and the consul Cornelius to fight the First Punic War. We will also, using our allies with the New Alliance, treat with the Gauls, so that will sue for peace.
Just a point of interest, Consul, if I may.
Yes.
I'm just thinking about the proposal that you're putting forward on the floor concerning the New Alliance. So, because the event specifies that the highest ranking available officer picks, I guess the proposal that you mentioned with the New Alliance is not binding because it's up to you that mentions that. So maybe it's not worth including that in the proposal.
Okay. All right. So the proposal is to raise 9 legions, 5 fleets, send Consul Cornelius to fight the First Punic War. And in the meantime, the consul will sort out what's going on in the north. So we will get together for a vote. Fortuna's Despair.
Now, votes in favour.
Don't forget you've got that additional vote to use as priest. Right. Yep, you've got a priest battle vote. Yep.
Oh, so yeah, okay. Just at Emerita?
I place 8 votes for the proposal.
House of Incognito?
I put 6 for the proposal.
Erudita?
9.
4 or against?
4.
Pre-Byzantium?
I think it should be 9-4.
Yep.
Okay. And the House of Julii is 14-4.
So it's unanimous, 51 votes for, none against.
Well, it'll be 54 with the battle votes, won't it?
Mm-hmm.
What are the battle votes?
3 additional battle votes. 1 from Achilles. You don't have to mention names, but if you specify, there's 2 from Pre-Byzantium and 1 from Fortuna's Despair. So a total of, I think it's 54 battle votes on the top of the normal 51.
I don't understand the battle vote thing, but
so battle votes can only occur for certain proposals, like the one you've just done, and so at your leisure, Achilles can assign an additional vote towards for or against. So Achilles himself has 2 votes, but as a priest he gets a 3rd vote, and over for Junius as Pontifex Maximus, he gets to double his personal votes on battle proposals. So he goes from 2 to 4 votes. Totaling for 9 faction votes for him.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Okay, with the announcement of Cornelius going to war, that will end the Senate for today. I'd like to thank all the senators.
It will not, because it was not the highest ranking available officer. You're the highest ranking available officer. You were not sent to war, so the Senate is still currently open. Okay.
So with Cornelius being sent to war, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank all the senators for the session today. Unless anybody has any last points they'd like to raise, I am about to propose the end of the day's Senate.
It's just a point of interest there, Consul. So it's not a proposal; it is a declaration that you make.
I will be closing the Senate. Is anybody else has anything left for the day?
Perhaps we should actually raise our forces and put it into our active
It's okay. Allow me to deal with that. However, I will get the Quaestor to update the sum. So now that the proposal has passed, if the Quaestor would like to update the State Treasury, so somebody want to inform her what the amount is that's being deducted?
Should be 140. Yeah.
All right, so let's deduct 140 talents from the state treasury of 192.
Where do I put it when I deduct it?
So
To the
you see the
left.
purple state treasury box in the sandpit? So just below your area, just below your play area, if you scroll
Yep.
down just a little bit.
Yep.
So you can see the 192 icon. Yep, you just need to replace those 192 with the correct figure.
And I would assume that with the end of the Senate phase, the new alliance card is active, so we gain the 10 gold at this stage as well.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah. So yeah, by all means, let's add that into the equation as well.
So minus 40 plus 10, so
Minus
negative 30 in our total.
There.
So we were at 192 minus 130, so that gets us down
62.
towards 62. Correct.
Perfect.
And I'll update and shuffle that card respectively, and I'll get your legions out on the field. I won't hold you up on that one. So I'll do all that admin stuff in the background. Well, all right, there we go.
The first war came and the first war went.
The first war came. The first war. Yeah, that's right. I'm very
I assume
interested
it'll be
to.
the war to end all wars.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Yes, this first Punic War will be very exciting, and it's a great way to start our next session, which will occur in a week's time on a Monday. So I guess at this point in time, I'd just like to publicly thank our senators for this marathon first session. Well done for all of you sticking in there and hanging about. Our future sessions should hopefully not be this long. We did explain a lot of things in this game. We're all just testing the waters and really trying out. So that was great. But right, I'm happy for us to cut at points in the game as the time draws on. We don't want to go forever. Right, ultimately, you guys sort of get to control the tempo. So yeah, all this will be noted. As for the scriber, allow me to put my proposals in first, and then I'll have a chat with you, and then you'll see the pattern, and then you'll just be able to add to that in our Facebook group there. Poached Trout said, what a pleasant presiding magistrate. And he said, well done for everyone for the glory of Rome. That's fantastic. Right, so at this point in time, for everybody watching, hang around. We're just going to transition the cameras away from the virtual tabletop, and I'll say goodbye to my senators in the background, and then I'll come back and I'm going to provide a brief summary on how I thought the first session went here for everybody on chat. So don't go away. I'll return very soon. Thanks to our senators, and we'll see them in a week's time. All right. So for all my senators, say walete.
Walete. Thank you, chat. Have a good time.
Right, there we are. We're back here for a little bit of a summary at the end of our first session. We didn't quite get through the full 7 phases, but that's okay. But that was quite a long session. So we started at 11:30 a.m. Rome time, or 7:30 p.m. Local time here on the east coast of Australia. It's now 25 to midnight here in Australia, so that's a few hours there. That's pretty decent. What does my OBS says? So we've been going for just over 4 hours, and that's pretty big to not even get through a first turn. Now, look, the virtual tabletop environment certainly makes things a little bit slower. As people drag tokens around, that's a little bit difficult in the mouse and computer setup for most. But look, very happy with the enthusiasm in the end there. But yeah, let's take a break while we're still strong, and then they can come back fresh next week to take on that first Punic War. So let's recap. Let's talk about my impressions of this new Senate for this year, and some of the initial actions they've taken, and how they've gone. Look, I'm chuffed. I'm very happy. If you can tell by my smile. Yeah. So Unknown Stars. It was pretty long, but still fun. Back is a little sore. I think that sounds like one of our senators. Yes. My back will be and legs will be looking forward to standing up and going for a break shortly. I was over the moon with the level of enthusiasm of our senators. I tell you what, that speech from Tiberius Cornelius and our prosecutor in the first session there, I believe that was Furious, our prosecutor. Look, that was an amazing speech by the prosecutor on the trial of Fabius, but it didn't sway the Senate enough, and we saw a split Senate vote, which was enough to allow Fabius off the hook there and go free. Perhaps it was Aurelius as advocate who also made a sterling rebuttal for that trial. And we did. We only saw the one minor prosecution as Fleminus, as censor, decided. And look, perhaps that was the right amount of prosecutions. Time will remain to be seen. And the advocate was able to gain some influence from that early on. So that's a good initial victory, I think. Yes, Poach Trout says, yes, the prosecutor's speech was amazing. I've played this game a lot now, and I always encourage speeches. In fact, of all speeches I've seen, that prosecutor's speech was right on the money. It's almost as if he had drafted that ahead of time. I shall have to ask him to see if he, in fact, drafted something ahead of time. Who knows? But maybe he's really good at ad-libbing. But that was good, and that's what makes this game, right? Is people getting into it and making those speeches. So. Yeah, good question, Poach Trout. Is that player an attorney? We'll have to ask the question. Unknown Star is going to go home and practice some speeches. That's good. That's very good. So let's talk about the card draw. So that's always what determines the how quickly our Senate advances through the game. So we had 5 cards drawn out of the initiative steps of all 6 players, and that's good. I certainly, as a player, I think I'd like to see less cards drawn. That means less chances of war cards coming out. And we only saw 1 come out in this case, and that's the first Gallic War. So that's a strength of 10. It's a pretty strong war. No naval battle required. It has matching wars. Now, I can't remember off the top of my head whether there are matching wars in the Early Republic for the Gallic War, but, you never want to run that risk. But, right, they drew that event, the New Alliance, and the New Alliance provides them a little bit of a financial kickback and gets rid of that active war. In this case, they've chosen that for the Gallic War, and that's going to go back in the deck in the top 6. So we're not sure when we'll see that next. And hopefully, it spaces. That's a good choice and spaces out. But look, if I was a decider, if I was a senator in this case here, I think that was the correct choice to assign that New Alliance card. Because if they assigned it the first Punic War card, they wiped that naval victory marker, and they'd have to do the naval victory or obtain a naval victory for that first Punic War, and that would be difficult to then have to fork out all that money and go through that. So I think they made a good choice in assigning the New Alliance card and then looking to prosecute that first Punic War. Certainly Poach Trout thinks they made the right decision there. So Unknown Star believes that they got to the Senate phase in the first hour and a half, I think. And I believe the rest was, Senate phase discussion. Yeah, it was. It was a long and hearty discussion, and that's what I like. What I like to see, the senators really seriously considering what their options are. And look, there's some administrative proposals that I had put forwards into the forum there that I wanted the consuls to think about, and to their credit, they went through each of those, and so we've seen. Right, the implementation of the honours and awards system, which is pretty exciting. So, albeit as uncanon and as unhistorical as it is, our senators are now going to be assigned medals and honours and awards for all their various feats, which is pretty cool. And hopefully, we see some victories from the first Punic War, and we'll see our first medals granted. So that would be exciting. Poach Trout said perhaps they should have bought more legions. Look. I think so. They had room to not only maintain their forces, I think, because it's only 2 per unit. Now, they currently have 14 times 2. What's that? 38 talents, I think. How's my math? Who else is in chat can check my math? So they still had some wiggle room to then get a few extra legions and tuck that in there. They said 9 legions in the end. They raised 9 legions. Maybe I would have gone at least 10 and make that a difference modifier. They could potentially get up to 18. So you see that combat results table, roll a 3d6, and then add a good chunk on top of that to get them good up into a favourable zone. I think, look, according to the words of Marcus Decimus, the minimum there was 7, and that should be about right. Hopefully that gets them, 28. 14 times 2 is 28. Yeah, that's correct. I was off. Thanks for that, Unknown Star. Unknown Star says another 3 legions might have been good. Look, always the more the better. At some point it becomes overkill, but you really don't know what's going to happen with that 3d6 dice. Fingers crossed that they have a better set of rolls than last year. Last year they just were plagued by terrible dice rolls. I think they made the right choice in terms of at least a minimum number of legions and the war that they've chosen. They need to be winning a war each round. In the early Republic, or more. They need to be, at the moment, the money's a bit tight, so if they can defeat 1 war each round, they're on good targets. If they start stalemating or hitting disasters, they're in dire trouble very quickly as the rounds tick on. So at that point, you want to hope for them to be drawing more events, preferably favourable events, so they're positive, and stem the flow of war cards and heroes or enemy leaders that come out of the early Republic deck there. If they keep drawing 6 and 6 and 6 each initiative, we'll be over in about 5 or 6 rounds and potentially be on to the next era. And hopefully our players all agree that they'll move on to the Middle Republic. I'd like to see that. I've played this game and facilitated this game quite a lot. And often I've seen a lot of the early Republic, but not much of anything else. So for me, I'd and perhaps for you guys watching at home, you'd like to see more of the other eras as we go forwards. That's great. So... like the role, trying to get rid of those enemy leaders. So hopefully they get a better role, and hopefully they don't see any Syrian war in the next set of initiatives, and they can get rid of Anatokos III, who will plus up any Syrian war by 5 if and when that comes out. We saw one attempt on Terentius, a new unaligned senator in the forum there, who came out from a draw. We saw the House of Julii attempt a persuasion there, but right at this point in time, there's not a lot of influence going around. So it's difficult for someone to try and persuade a senator. Now, having said that, we've got senators like Cornelius from Justia Merata, Sulpicius again from House of Julii now, that's got 7 influence. And then, of course, Flaminius with 13 influence has a lot of power now to start potentially persuading senators. So we'll see if factions try to give that a go in the next round. That may not make it. It may not make them a lot of friends, but the addition of maybe additional votes or senators may be advantageous. And if they can reinforce those senators, who knows? So we may start to see some senators swap hands, but definitely Terentius is the first and obvious target. I think a really low loyalty rating, only 6 there. And who knows, Terentius may be on the move again after he's persuaded, but more senators is always the better. That's cool. People having a chat in chat. That's awesome. People sharing their love of all things Rome and learning where everybody is. So, for example, Poached Trout is from the United States of America. So our audience there, a big salve to all of our American viewers. All of our Australian and New Zealand viewers now would probably be going to bed, considering it's almost midnight. And certainly that's where I'll be going in just a moment's time. So I'm overall, summary, I'm chuffed. I'm very happy with how we're progressing. We're a little bit slow, but that's okay. We concluded the Senate session. I think they did everything that they needed to. We'll see a very exciting combat phase leading off at the next session. So for those that are interested, book this in your calendar. Put this in your meeting reminders that from 11:30 a.m. Rome time this next Monday. That's 7:30 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. Next Monday, we'll be back again right here on the Roman Twitch channel to continue into session 2 of the Republic of Rome board game by Valley Games. We're playing the Living Rules Edition, version 1.06 Alpha, with one of the chief editors, Alan Richborough, who helps to continue keeping those rules alive, current and up to date, and helping to correct various errors, problems, and omissions. We also use some supplementary rules from the Avalon Hills rule set, version 2.16, mostly to do with aging, senators, voluntary retirement, and exile. So we're using all the advanced rules. So if there's a rule, we're using it. So it is complex. There is lots of rules out there. The rule book is quite easily accessible online. So if you're interested in learning about this game, by all means, go pick it up. Or you can join our Facebook group if you're a very avid, interested player or interested party. So you can look us up, A&R Presents Republic of Rome on Facebook, and request to join, and we can have a chat there. And you can see all the background information and all the records of everything going on. Right, that's it. It concludes my summary. I think that's a great point to leave it. A big thank you to all of our followers this evening, and dealing with commercials if you had to see those. It all helps us to support this channel. If you followed, thank you for the follows this evening. If you want to leave a sub or a bit cheer or make a direct donation now or into the future, all of that is greatly appreciated. Helps to support all sorts of Roman living history and education activities right across the globe, supported by Nova Roma, including scholarships, and everything you donate goes a long way. Yeah, and just being here watching, and hopefully you're enjoying yourself as well, but just being here watching is also great support. So gratis tibiago to all the viewers out there. Wow, great evening. And again, see you next Monday. Keep tuned on our calendar and our schedule in the About section below. We've got plenty of other streamers coming up live on all sorts of topics. It's been great this evening. Hope to see you next time. Walete.